Chapter 179. Shen Hong put on a fake smile and said with a pale face, Brother Huyen must be joking. The sacred family shares the honor and disgrace of Glory City. How could they rebel? Aha, if that's the case, then I, old Xiong, can be at ease, Huyen Xiong said, laughing. Although the conversation between both parties was still polite, the experts of the various families were no longer as loud as before. They could feel the tension in the air. Many of these patriarchs are old foxes. They could keenly feel that the relationship between the Snow Wind family and the Sacred Family has already worsened to a very serious degree. Huyen Xiong is the right-hand man of the City Lord. This action of his is definitely to test the Sacred Family, and the reaction of the Sacred Family is so big. Obviously, they're prepared for a confrontation. At this moment, Niali, Yi Xiao, and Yi Shua all saw the scene. Yi Shua shook his head, sighed, and said, Brother Huyen seems to have a rough line, but there's actually some finesse within it. His heart is clear. Earlier, when he smashed the bowl, it was only to test the Sacred Family. The Sacred Family indeed has the heart to rebel. Shen Hong has the ambition of a wolf. He's been eyeing the City Lord's position for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed that bastard Shinyu to get close to Yin. Yi Xiao snorted. The biggest crisis of the Snow Wind family is that the City Lord, Yi Zong, has no children. He only has a daughter. Although he has a foster son, Yi Han, Yi Han's betrayal has shamed the Snow Wind family. Nia Li's heart slightly moved. He never thought that Huyen Lanruo's father would have some ability. To be able to know such a secret matter like the betrayal of the Sacred Family, it can be seen that Yi Zong has a lot of trust in Huyen Xiong. The hall is no longer as noisy as before. Shen Hong looked around. He could vaguely feel that all the spearheads are pointing at the Sacred Family. Huyen Xiong is warning the other families that the relationship between the Sacred Family and the Snow Wind family is about to fall out. He's telling the other families to keep their distance from the Sacred Family. Although the Sacred Family is one of the three major families, if they had to choose between the Snow Wind family and the Sacred Family, all the families would choose the Snow Wind family without any hesitation. One must know that the Snow Wind family has been the leader of Glory City for the past few hundred years. The foundation of the Snow Wind family has already reached an unimaginable level. It's not something that any other family can shake. Shen Hong coldly swept his gaze over those aristocratic family heads. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, those aristocratic family heads all turned their heads away. Shen Hong looked up and saw only Yi Xiao, Yi Shua, and Niali sitting in the upper seats of the hall. Shen Hong looked gloomy, drinking alone to drown his sorrows. Originally, the Sacred Family had a very complete plan. If it was successfully implemented, the Sacred Family wouldn't have to pay too much of a price to overthrow the Snow Wind family's ruling position in Glory City. However, all of this has gone down the drain because of the appearance of that damnable Niali. Shen Hong couldn't understand it. Could it be that the Sacred Family and Niali were enemies in his previous life? Why did that brat, Niali, have to go against the Sacred Family from the start? Shen Hong was baffled in his heart, feeling extremely depressed. Right now, the Sacred Family has already fallen into a very awkward situation. The other families in Glory City are all keeping a respectful distance from the Sacred Family. The Snow Wind family is also monitoring and suppressing the Sacred Family. Right now, the Sacred Family only has two paths. One is to gradually decline, and the other is to join forces with the Dark Guild to launch a huge counterattack. The first path, Shen Hong is absolutely unwilling. If he chooses the second path, if he fails, he'll be consigned to eternal damnation. The foundation of the Sacred Family will be completely destroyed in his hands. At this moment, in a certain restaurant in Glory City and the headquarters of the Sacred Family, a huge battle has already broken out. Yi Zong charged into the headquarters of the Sacred Family and took the lead, sending several black gold rank experts flying. The city guards surrounded the entire sacred family. Not even a bird can fly out. Wave after wave of people charged in. However, Yi Zong and the experts of the Snow Wind family did not start a massacre. They only injured the people of the sacred family and restrained them one by one. Just when Yi Zong was about to step into the main hall of the sacred family, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the main hall. Mysterious inscription patterns were like a storm, constantly spiraling, forming a barrier. Yi Zong's brows twitched. This is the defensive array that the ancestors of the sacred family have laid down. This is the method that the sacred family uses to protect themselves. Your array can only deal with demon beasts. How can it defend against me? Yi Zong's robe fluttered as he walked towards the array, step by step. The sacred family has been in Glory City for so many years. How could the Snow Wind family not know how many trump cards the sacred family has? Yi Zong has already seen through the sacred family. The only thing that he doesn't know is when the sacred family started to cooperate with the Dark Guild, and to what extent has the cooperation reached with the Dark Guild? Those who betray Glory City die. Yi Zong's expression was solemn. His figure turned into a huge Snow Wind great ape. With a roar, an endless snowstorm was thrown towards the defensive array of the sacred family. Ever since he integrated with the Snow Wind great ape, Yi Zong's strength had a huge increase. He's only missing a trace of opportunity to break through to legend rank. Under his control, the might that the Snow Wind great ape can unleash is extremely shocking. Boom! 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 The snowstorm was constantly hitting the defensive array of the sacred family. Nia Li and the rest were talking loudly, without the slightest hint of a serious matter. The experts of the various families also became casual, talking loudly and laughing. Shen Hong drank a few cups of wine. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. The people of the various families have already arrived, but the banquet still hasn't started, as if they're trying to drag the time. Just what is the Snow Wind family trying to do? Suddenly thinking of something, Shen Hong was covered in cold sweat. Shen Hong slammed the table and stood up. A muffled bang resounded. This sound caused the entire hall to fall silent. Everyone's gazes were fixed on Shen Hong. Today, the City Lord's mansion has gathered us all to discuss how to deal with the demon beast horde. But may I ask where the City Lord is? Why isn't the City Lord here yet? Are we just going to let all of us wait here? Shen Hong coldly said. Although his voice wasn't heavy, it was deep and powerful. Everyone in the hall could hear it. Hearing Shen Hong's words, the experts of the various families started discussing. Indeed, this is also the doubt in their hearts, because they have waited until now and still haven't seen the City Lord. For this kind of banquet, the City Lord should be the one to host it. However, Shen Hong's actions seem to be a little too presumptuous. Senior Shen Hong, the City Lord still has some matters to attend to. He'll be here soon. Senior Shen Hong, there's no need to be anxious. Before the City Lord arrives, I'll host this place. Nia Li calmly said. His brows twitched. Shen Hong, this old fox has finally reacted, like a cornered beast fighting. I wonder what kind of counterattack Shen Hong will make. At this moment, everyone's gaze in the hall was directed at Nia Li. Before Yi Zong arrives, Nia Li will be the host? They never thought that Nia Li would have such a position. Haha, what a joke. Such a big banquet, and they're letting an immature brat to host it? Are you sure that the Snow Wind family isn't joking with us? Shen Hong's arrogant laughter resounded throughout the hall. Hearing Shen Hong's words, the experts of the various families all had different expressions. The patriarchs of the various families have either seen Nia Li or guessed who Nia Li is. Therefore, they didn't have any objections. After all, when the demon beast horde arrived, it was indeed Nia Li who contributed the most. Nia Li had minimized the losses and casualties suffered by Glory City in this demon beast horde. As for those ordinary experts, even the patriarchs didn't have any reaction. Therefore, They naturally didn't dare to make a ruckus. Those that have yet to see Nyali discussed in soft voices. Do you know? This person is Nyali. Nyali? The newly rising super genius of our Glory City? I heard that he's from the Tensei family. Although they haven't seen Nyali before, they've heard of Nyali's name. The experts of the various families looked at the Tensei family seats and saw Nya-hai, Nya-en, and the rest having excited expressions on their faces. Even their chests couldn't help straightening up a little. This banquet is actually hosted by Nyali. When have they ever had such glory? They already know of the recent matters that Nyali has done. The current Nyali has already become a very important figure in Glory City. Because of Nyali, the Tensei family has recently moved to a huge house in the center of Glory City. It's only a few hundred meters away from the city Lord's Mansion. It was bought by the Association of Alchemists for the Tensei family. At the same time, the guards of the Tensei family has expanded to thousands of people. They have already become a big family. Before, they never thought that the Tensei family would have such glory today. The envious gazes from the experts of the various families made them feel excited. The Tensei family felt glory because of Nyali. I heard that in this demon beast horde, it was this Nyali who thought of all kinds of miraculous methods to reduce our losses to 1/10 of the previous million-level demon beast horde. So that's the case. I'm convinced by him. If it wasn't for him, I might have already died in the demon beast horde. In this demon beast horde, a snow wind demon beast's sharp claw slashed across my neck, nearly tearing my head off. Luckily, there were only a few gold rank snow wind demon beasts that charged up the city wall. If there was such a huge amount of demon beasts charging up, who knows what would have happened? I'm also convinced by him, just based on the fact that he saved so many of my brothers. When the experts of the various families knew that Nyali was the one who helped them repel the demon beast horde, they were all convinced. Glory City could be engulfed by the demon beast horde at any time. Most of the families understand that only by being united can Glory City stand tall and walk forward together. As long as it's someone who can repel the demon beast horde, they are worthy of respect. Shen Hong never thought that the prestige of Nyali in the hearts of the experts of the various families had already reached such a level. His heart became even more gloomy. The prestige of the dignified patriarch of the sacred family actually couldn't suppress a yellow-haired brat. Chapter 180. Xiao Ning, who was far away, looked at Nyali. Her eyes were filled with splendor. Facing such a big scene, Nyali did not have the slightest bit of stage fright. If it was someone from the same generation, they would have been scared to the point that their legs turned soft. She couldn't help sighing in her heart. The more outstanding Nyali is, the more inferior she feels. She tried to catch up to Nyali, but realized that she could only look at Nyali's back. Sometimes, she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Nyali stood on the stage, indifferently looking at everyone. Shen Fei, Shen Yu, and the other younger generations of the sacred family did not dare to raise their heads and look at Nyali. They lowered their heads, not knowing what they were thinking. Seeing that no one agreed with Shen Hong's words, Nyali lightly smiled. It's impossible for Shen Hong to sow dissension. If it was the sacred family in the past, they would have some prestige. But after so many things, the sacred family no longer has the rallying power of the past. Yi Xiao and Yi Shua looked at each other and smiled. The veins on Shen Hong's arm were popping out. He naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. He continued to speak in a loud voice. Since all the patriarchs are here, there's one thing that I have to say. My sacred family has always been loyal to Glory City, protecting Glory City for hundreds of years. The number of people that died in battle is innumerable. But recently, there's a matter that chilled our hearts. I don't know who the city Lord listened to. Recently, he has been suppressing my sacred family in all aspects, causing my sacred family to suffer a huge loss. I would like to invite the city lord out. I want to ask him, what did my sacred family do wrong? Why did we suffer such humiliation? Shen Hong, looked at Nieli, paused for a moment, and said with a choking voice, "The younger generations of my sacred family have indeed done something wrong and offended young Master Nieli. However, it's inevitable for young people to have some conflicts. I hope that young Master Nieli can forgive them. This old man will apologize to young Master Nieli on their behalf." Hearing Shenhong's words, Nieli couldn't help cursing in his heart. Shenhong, this old fox. Shenhong is purposely putting all the conflicts on the younger generations, trying to confuse the public. If everything was caused by the younger generations and the Snow Wind family suppressed the sacred family for the sake of Nieli, then the Snow Wind family would be too petty. The younger generations are young and full of vigor. It's normal for them to have some conflicts. If they had to mobilize the entire family, then Glory City would have long been in a mess. Shenhong is indeed cunning. Yi Xiao and Yi Shua coldly sneered, but did not speak. They want to see how Nieli will deal with it. Senior Shenhong must be joking. I, Nieli, do indeed have some conflicts with Shin Yu and Shin Fei. However, if Lord Yizong only listened to a few words from me and suppressed the sacred family, then that's too outrageous. The Snow Wind family has always been fair in Glory City. When have they ever suppressed other families? Nieli laughed. Although his voice wasn't as deep as Shenhong's, his words were righteous and his imposing manner wasn't any inferior to Shenhong's. The experts of the various families were discussing. Just because of the conflicts between the younger generations, the Snow Wind family wants to suppress the sacred family. This reason is too far-fetched. The Snow Wind family has always been open and above board. They shouldn't be doing such a petty thing. Since it's not because of young Master Nieli, then why would the Glory family suppress our sacred family? Shenhong didn't care about the discussions of the experts of the various families. He snorted and said, "Furthermore, I have another question. Why is the city Lord not here yet? Are you guys trying to hide something? Do you guys have an ulterior motive for gathering us here?" Shenhong's eyes narrowed as a chill flashed through his eyes. He cupped his hands towards the patriarchs of the various families and said, "Previously, the people of my sacred family met young Master Yihan. At that time, young Master Yihan was heavily injured and was escaping. He said that Lord Yizong was plotted against and died. He was also ambushed and almost lost his life. The culprit behind all of this was some sinister and cunning people who tried to seize the city Lord's position. Patriarchs of the various families, please uphold justice together." Shenhong's words instantly caused 1,000 ripples. City Lord Yizong was assassinated? How could such a thing happen? This is impossible. However, if the city lord is still here, wouldn't Shenhong's words be easily exposed? Everyone was extremely shocked in their hearts. If it was any other time, they wouldn't believe Shenhong's words. However, the city lord still hasn't appeared. This matter is a little fishy. Such a big gathering, it's impossible for Nieli to host it. Sweeping a glance at the expressions of the experts of the various families, the corner of Shenhong's mouth rose into a smile. He looked at Nieli on the stage. "Brat, you're still too tender to play with me." The experts of the various families had expressions of hesitation on their faces. Could it be that this matter really happened? The city lord was assassinated. This matter is not a small matter. It will probably shake the entire Glory City. Yi Xiao, Yi Shua, and the others who know the inside story, when they heard Shenhong's words, their hearts were filled with rage. The one who assassinated Yizong was Yi Han. They never thought that Shenhong, this shameless fellow, would actually use this matter to bite back. Luckily, Yizong was saved by Nieli. Otherwise, Shenhong might really succeed in framing him. At that time, the entire Glory City would probably be turned upside down. Shenhong is indeed as cunning as a poisonous snake. Ha ha ha. Huyen Xiong laughed and said, "Brother Shin must be joking. I don't know when Brother Shin's men met Jihan. I just met Big Brother Yizong in the city, Lord's mansion. Big Brother Yizong's spirit is as strong as a tiger. He's about to step into legend rank. You actually cursed him to die. You simply have an ulterior motive. Big Brother Yizong will be here soon. I'll see how you're going to explain this. Looking at Huyen Xiong, although the experts of the various families still had a little doubt and unease in their hearts, at least they felt a little more at ease. Huyen Xiong is one of the people that Yizong trusts the most. There's no reason for Huyen Xiong to lie. Shen Hong coldly snorted and said, "The City Lord's cultivation is extraordinary. In Glory City, aside from Lord Yemo, no one can match him. I also don't believe that he would be killed. If it wasn't someone close to him, how could it be done?" The meaning behind Shen Hong's words is that even Huyen Xiong is one of the accomplices. Huyen Xiong's face was ashen as he furiously stared at Shen Hong. However, he understands that if he wants to keep his composure, he has to calm down this old fox, Shen Hong, first. Calculating the time, Yizong should be leading the experts of the Snow Wind family to encircle the Dark Guild's branch and the Sacred Family. Right now, he only needs to stall Shen Hong and calm down the experts of the various families. Brother Shin, you're really slandering us. If something really happened to Big Brother Yizong, you can even turn white into black. Fortunately, nothing happened to him. Otherwise, we might be the scapegoat. Huyen Xiong said, coldly smiling. Shen Hong's heart moved. Is Huyen Xiong bluffing, or is Yizong really fine? He coldly smiled and said, "Since that's the case, why don't you get the City Lord to come out and meet us?" If Yizong was poisoned by the draconic tongue herb, he would definitely die. Even if the Snow Wind family has methods to prolong his life, they probably wouldn't be able to save Yizong. When the time comes, he will come out and meet us, Nia Li said, looking at Shen Hong. Patriarch Shen Hong, why are you in such a hurry? Then, how do you explain young Master Yihan? Why isn't young Master Yihan present at such a big gathering? If young Master Yihan were to come, wouldn't we know the truth by just asking? Shen Hong pressed. It's impossible for Nieli to tell them the truth. Once the patriarchs of the various families know that Yizong was poisoned by the draconic tongue herb, they would probably be in chaos and request to meet Yizong. That would be falling into Shen Hong's trap. Even if Nieli told them that he has already cured Yizong, it would be useless. Nieli lightly smiled and said, "The City Lord is the pillar of Glory City. Why would the surrounding people plot against him? What a joke! What's the benefit of plotting against the City Lord? If something really happened to the City Lord and Lord Yi Mo returned, the culprit would definitely die a tragic death." The experts of the various families looked at each other and nodded their heads. After all, with Lord Yi Mo around, even if Yi Xiao, Yi Shua, and Bunch plotted against Yizong, they wouldn't be able to ascend to the City Lord's position. There's no reason for them to do so. Who knows? Who knows? You guys might have already colluded with the Dark Guild. Shen Hong still didn't let them off. Anyways, he can only give it his all. If they continue to discuss this issue, the patriarchs of the various families will probably get to the bottom of it and investigate the whereabouts of Yizong. Nia Li lightly smiled and said, "Does the Sacred Family want to meet someone?" "Don't try to change the topic." Shen Hong coldly laughed. "You think that by doing this you can cover up the truth? As long as Lord Yizong doesn't come, you guys won't be able to get rid of the suspicion. I'm afraid that the Sacred Family won't dare to meet him. Bring him here." Nia Li coldly snorted. A moment later, Xin Ming was escorted up. His face was filled with panic and helplessness. "Xin Ming." Shen Hong's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a trace of chilling intent. "Correct. It's the Sacred Family's elder Xin Ming." Nia Li calmly looked at Shen Hong. Shen Hong coldly laughed and said, "A few days ago, Xin Ming made a huge mistake. He actually used the Sacred Family's money to gamble and lost hundreds of millions of demon spirit coins. This person has already been expelled from the Sacred Family by me. I never thought that young Master Nia Li would actually capture Xin Ming. Young Master Nia Li wouldn't be using Shen Ming's mouth to attack my sacred family, right? My sacred family has stood in Glory City for hundreds of years. How can it be slandered by a kid like you? Shen Hong pointed at Nia Li, directly putting Shen Ming in the position of a traitor of the family. Since he's a traitor of the family, no matter what he says, no one will believe him. Ha! Patriarch Shen Hong is really eloquent. To be able to turn black into white, I really can't think of any words to refute. Nia Li coldly laughed as he looked at Shen Hong, as if he had already expected that Shen Hong would say this. Shen Hong frowned his brows. Could it be that Nia Li has another way? Chapter 181. Does Patriarch Shen Hong know about the third chapter of the Divine Spirit Scripture, the sixth secret technique, soul refining technique? Nia Li chuckled as he looked at Shen Hong. Soul refining technique? This soul refining technique is the most effective method of interrogation. It can directly pull a person's soul out of their body. At this moment, the soul will not have any consciousness. Therefore, whatever it says will be the truth. Hearing Nia Li's words, Shen Hong's face slightly changed. He solemnly said, I naturally know about the soul refining technique. In this world, there aren't many people that can grasp such a sinister technique. Could it be that young master Nia Li knows it? The Divine Spirit Scripture is one of the most widely circulated secret techniques. Although many people have heard of the soul refining technique, only a few know how to use it. It's impossible for Nia Li to not know such a low-end technique. Furthermore, with his current gold rank cultivation, it's sufficient for him to pull Shen Ming's soul out. This soul refining technique, this old man knows a little. I can help young master Nia Li, Yi Shua said, lightly smiling. Hearing Yi Shua's words, Shen Hong's face changed. Yi Shua's identity is mysterious. Others might not know of Yi Shua, but he does. Yi Shua is responsible for collecting information, assassinating and extorting confessions for the Snow Wind family. He's a very difficult person to deal with. Patriarch, save me. I, Shen Ming, am loyal to the sacred family. Please save my life. Hearing Yi Shua's words, Shen Ming's face turned pale. Once the soul refining technique is used on him, he'll probably lose his life. Shen Hong coldly stared at Yi Shua and said, Isn't the Snow Wind family a little too vicious? This Shen Ming has been in my sacred family for so many years. Even if he's expelled from the sacred family, I won't allow anyone to humiliate him. I really couldn't tell that Patriarch Shen Hong is so righteous. After all, Shen Ming is an old subject of the sacred family. We feel that it's not good to do this. Nia Li solemnly said, Bring the other person here. After a while, Yunhua Deacon was escorted out. He was wearing a gray cloth and looked a bit embarrassed. Patriarch Shen Hong, do you recognize him? Nia Li smiled at Shen Hong. Shen Hong raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. How would I know? This person is called Yunhua, a deacon of the Dark Guild. He's responsible for contacting the sacred family. How could you not recognize him? Nia Li said, lightly smiling as he calmly looked at Shen Hong. Nia Li knew that no matter how he exposed Shen Hong now, it was useless. What he had to do was to stall for time and wait for Yizong to return. Humph. Do you have any evidence for what young master Nia Li said? Shen Hong coldly laughed. We also couldn't bear to use the soul refining technique on Elder Shen Ming. However, if we were to use the soul refining technique on this Yunhua deacon of the Dark Guild, I believe that Patriarch Shen Hong will not have any opinion on it, Nia Li said, smiling as he looked at Shen Hong. Naturally, I won't have any opinion on it, Shen Hong said, coldly smiling. He glanced at the tightly bound Yunhua deacon and quickly formed a seal with his right hand. A person like Yunhua deacon, if left alive, would be a disaster for him. Hearing Nia Li's words, Yunhua deacon's face turned pale. Just when he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly turned black and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A powerful force bombarded his heart, causing it to instantly burst. He pointed his finger at Shen Hong's direction. But before he could say a word, he had already fallen to the ground, no longer breathing. Humph! Serves you right to die. Seeing Yun Hua Deacon's death, Shen Hong's expression did not have the slightest change. He only coldly looked at Nieli. Yun Hua Deacon's corpse quietly laid on the ground. Fresh blood flowed all over the ground. Young Master Nieli, what's wrong with this person? Why did he suddenly vomit blood and die? Young Master, Nieli can't be thinking of using this dead person to slander my sacred family, right? Shen Hong said, coldly laughing, appearing to be fearless. Nieli slightly frowned. Soul chain again. Once the soul chain is bound, even Nieli can't remove it. Yun Hua Deacon is a member of the Dark Guild. It's normal for him to be bound by the soul chain. Previously, the reason why Yun Hua Deacon didn't die was because the caster was too far away and couldn't activate the soul chain. The moment Yun Hua Deacon appeared, Shen Hong could activate the soul chain and cause Yun Hua Deacon to die. In this confrontation, the sacred family can be said to be watertight. Nieli also did not gain any advantage. However, the patriarchs of the aristocratic families present were all people with discerning eyes. They could see that before this Deacon Yun Hua died, Shen Hong had indeed made some hand seals. In their hearts, they had a little fear towards the sacred family. Could it be that the sacred family is really colluding with the Dark Guild? They weren't anxious and quietly waited for what to say next. Nieli didn't expect a Yun Hua Deacon to be able to do anything to the sacred family. The death of Yun Hua Deacon is only a warning to the patriarchs of the various families. Right now, he's delaying for time. If he were to directly accuse the sacred family, then the sacred family will definitely choose a life and death struggle. Once the war starts, who knows how many people will die here. If he can delay until Yizong finishes cleaning up the Dark Guild and the sacred family's nest, that would be the best. Shen Hong predicted that the Snow Wind family wouldn't be able to take out any evidence. As for Shinming and Yun Hua Deacon, he can kill Shinming at any time. Just the empty words of the two traitors won't be able to do anything to the sacred family. However, what made Shen Hong a little depressed is that the patriarchs of the other families are now on guard against him. Even if the Snow Wind family can't take out any evidence to prove that the sacred family has betrayed the sacred family, as long as the Snow Wind family accuses the sacred family, then the other families will at least have 70 to 80% to believe it. Although Yizong isn't here, and Shen Hong said that Yizong is already dead, the Snow Wind family has been suppressing the sacred family for a long time. Furthermore, it was Yizong who gave the order. Compared to them, the patriarchs of the other families obviously trust Yishuo, and Huyan Xiong more. Sacred family Yizong broke the array and led a large group of people into the main hall. The 3 black gold rank supreme elders of the sacred family attacked at the same time towards Yizong, who was charging in. City Lord, what mistake did our sacred family commit to cause you to go through so much trouble to annihilate our sacred family? We request Lord Yemo to uphold justice for us. One of the black gold rank supreme elders said in resentment, the sacred family colluded with the Dark Guild and betrayed Glory City. Everyone has the right to punish them. If you guys surrender, I might give you guys a way out. However, if you guys continue to resist, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yizong coldly barked. Hearing Yizong's words, the 3 supreme elders looked at each other and remained silent. They attacked at the same time towards Yizong. Seeing the actions of the 3 supreme elders of the sacred family, how could Yizong not know that the 3 supreme elders of the sacred family are prepared to walk the dark path to the end? Yizong furiously roared and merged with the Snow Wind Great Ape to receive the attack. The 5 black gold rank fighter guards beside Yizong also surrounded the 3 supreme elders. An intense battle broke out. City Lord's Mansion's main Hall Shin Hong, who was arguing with Nye Li, felt a trace of uneasiness. He felt that Nye Li and the rest were intentionally delaying for time. Shen Hong suddenly thought of something. If Yi Zong really didn't die, or if that brat Yi Han is one of Yi Zong's men, then Yi Zong must have already confirmed the betrayal of the sacred family. With Yi Zong's swift and decisive character, the sacred family's headquarters might have already suffered. Since the Snow Wind family doesn't trust my sacred family, then what's the point of my sacred family staying here? Let's go. Shin Hong slammed the table, coldly barked, and stood up. The hundreds of people of the sacred family also stood up. Patriarch Shen Hong, our city lord has already said that this gathering concerns the safety of Glory City. If anyone doesn't participate or leaves midway, they will be treated as a traitor. Yi Xiu's voice suddenly sounded. They never thought that Yi Xiu would be so decisive. The surrounding experts all focused their gazes on Shin Hong and the rest. Anyone could feel the tense atmosphere. They were all puzzled as to how the situation will develop. Are they really going to fight? Could it be that the Snow Wind family is really going to deal with the sacred family? Shan Hong coldly smiled at Yi Xiu and the rest and said, "If City Lord Yi Zong wants us to stay, then we naturally have nothing to say. However, who do you think you are? Can you represent the Snow Wind family? Can you represent the City Lord? We still don't know if the City Lord is dead or alive. You guys definitely have ulterior motives and want to mess up Glory City." Although the patriarchs of the various families believe in Yi Xiu and the rest, if Yi Xiu and the rest really want to deal with the sacred family now, they are still a little hesitant. What if what Shin Hong said is true? Since the sacred family doesn't believe us, then why are you in such a hurry to leave? Worst comes to worst, we'll just stay here and wait for the city lord to return. How about it? Yi Xiu narrowed his eyes. He knows that this old fox, Shin Hong, must have sent something. Right now, he can only threaten Shin Hong. Who knows if you guys have ulterior motives for gathering all the experts of the various families here? Shan Hong coldly snorted. Who knows if it's a plan to lure us away from our base? You guys have already sent people to clean up our base. Shin Hong's words pierced through the heart. Even the patriarchs of the various families were filled with doubts. Nye Li looked at Shin Hong. He knows that this old fox won't be able to stay calm any longer. He wants to drag this out for as long as he can. Shan Hong, this gathering was personally notified by the city lord. Could it be that you guys are still doubting the city lord? Shan Hong coldly snorted. We'll leave now. Let's see who dares to stop us. The experts of the sacred family all walked out of the hall. The experts of the various families also gave way. After all, without any evidence, they don't know who to believe. They can only continue to watch the development of the situation. Stop them. Yi Xiu and the rest coldly snorted. Chapter 182. When Yi Xiu's voice landed, countless guards rushed into the city lord's hall. These guards shouted in unison. The city lord has personally instructed that if anyone from the sacred family dares to leave this hall, they will be treated as traitors and will be killed. All members of the Huyan family, listen up. The city lord has instructed that if anyone from the sacred family dares to leave, they will be killed. Huyan Xiong also shouted. All members of the divine family, listen up. This is the order that the city lord personally gave me this afternoon. If anyone from the sacred family dares to leave, they will be killed. The patriarch of the divine family solemnly said. Nye Li's brows twitched. Even the divine family has joined in. Indeed, Yi Zong has already made all the preparations. Just the divine family alone is enough to make the sacred family suffer. It's basically impossible for the sacred family to leave. The atmosphere in the hall changed. The battle was about to start. The patriarchs of the various families were caught off guard. They never thought that the situation would be so serious. If it was only Yi Xiu, Huyan Xiong, and Bunch attacking the sacred family, they would still have some hesitation. However, even the patriarch of the divine family has joined in. Furthermore, with the order from the city lord, it's impossible for them to help the sacred family. Among the three major families, the divine family and the snow wind family have already formed a united front. What's there for them to hesitate about? Even the divine family has appeared. Shen Hong's face was ashen. How could he not see that the snow wind family is really going to take action against them? Is Yi Zhong's order real? Could it be that Yi Zhong is still alive? Could it be that it's that brat Ji Han? Was he fooled by Yi Han? Luckily, he had already made preparations. Otherwise, all of them would have died here today. This is really chilling. My sacred family has made such a huge contribution to Glory City. Today, the Snow Wind family wants to destroy the bridge after crossing it. The beast tied outside is eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. But this group of ambitious wolves wants to stir up internal strife. How pathetic! Shen Hong shouted. Shen Hong, speaking of this matter, we have to discuss how the sacred family became one of the three major families of Glory City. Why don't we take out the death list of the sacred family from the demon beast horde? In the past demon beast horde, the sacred family's casualties were the smallest, almost negligible. In all the previous wars, the sacred family participated the least, preserving their strength. Step by step, they became one of the three major families. Suppressing the other families, haven't you guys done enough? Nya Li coldly laughed and said, speaking of contribution, any family here has more contribution than your sacred family. Hearing Nya Li's words, many of the patriarchs recalled that the sacred family's losses were indeed the smallest. In every demon beast horde, the other families would suffer heavy losses. Only the sacred family's strength would rise after every demon beast horde. From a small family to one of the three major families. This is sowing dissension. My sacred family's losses were indeed small. However, in every demon beast horde, we did our best without holding anything back. Shen Hong furiously stared at Nieli. Without holding anything back? What a joke! The actions of the sacred family must have been seen by the other families. It's useless for Patriarch Shen Hong to refute it, Nieli said, coldly laughing. Aside from that, we also have the evidence of the sacred family colluding with the Dark Guild. Do you want us to show the correspondence between the sacred family and the Dark Guild? If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. Shen Hong clenched his fist. Lamentable, lamentable. My sacred family has done so much for Glory City and has fallen to such a state. Today it's the sacred family. Next time, who knows which family it will be. Shen Hong, this old fox, is indeed sharp-tongued. Even Yi Zhong understands that even if they take out the evidence, Shen Hong will definitely not admit it. Furthermore, it's impossible to make the sacred family give up. At that time, they will still have to use force to speak. Suddenly, a gray-robed elder flew in and landed beside Shen Hong. He whispered a few words beside Shen Hong, causing Shen Hong's face to change. Yi Xiao and the rest have already betrayed Glory City, luring us here. Glory City is being attacked by the Dark Guild. All members of the sacred family, follow me and kill our way out. Shen Hong furiously roared, leading the members of the sacred family, and charged out. Shen Hong is cunning. At this moment, he's still trying to confuse the public. Hearing Shen Hong's words, aside from the Huyen family, Divine family, and a few others that are standing firmly on the Snow Wind family side, the other families were a little hesitant. What if their families were really attacked by the Dark Guild? But even so, they didn't dare to rashly join the battle. They could only send people back to their families to check on the situation. The experts of the Snow Wind family, Divine family, Huyen family, and a few other families were already fighting with the sacred family. The scene was a mess. Shen Hong was the first to bear the brunt, sending dozens of experts of the Snow Wind family and Huyen family flying. In Glory City, Shen Hong is only second to Yi Mo and Yi Zhong, the third ranked expert. His strength has reached the pinnacle of 5-star black gold rank. Without Yizong present, he's simply unstoppable, leading the sacred family out of the main hall. The experts of the Snow Wind family and Huyan family chased all the way out of the main hall. The battle became even more chaotic. Yi Xiu flew out, preparing to activate the 10,000 demonic beast array. Once he activates the 10,000 demonic beast array, Shenhong and the rest can only dream of running away. Just when Yi Xiu made his move, 3 black figures suddenly pounced towards Yi Xiu. These 3 black figures are actually black gold rank experts. You'll have to pay the price for looking down on my sacred family. Shenhong coldly snorted. His gaze fell onto Nya Li's body. His eyes instantly revealed killing intent. The reason why the sacred family fell into such a situation today is all related to Nya Li. Damned little thing, watch how I tear your body into pieces. Shenhong furiously barked. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards Nya Li. In Shenhong's view, with his strength, killing Nya Li and escaping unscathed isn't a problem. Nya Li has long been paying attention to Shenhong's actions. He knows that Shenhong will definitely make a move against him. He didn't continue fighting and immediately flew towards the center of the 10,000 demonic beast array. Although he only has the cultivation of gold rank, he didn't have the slightest bit of panic towards Shenhong chasing after him. Humph, where can a gold rank run to? Shenhong's speed is several times faster than Nya Li's. Seeing Nya Li getting closer and closer, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, seeing that Shenhong's attack was about to land on Nya Li's body. Nya Li's right hand moved and a divine guardian stone appeared in his hand. With a bang, the divine guardian stone was crushed. A transparent barrier suddenly appeared around Nya Li's body. Bang! When Shenhong's attack landed on the transparent barrier, the rebound caused him to tremble. However, he wasn't able to break through it. What is this? Some kind of barrier? Even his black gold rank strength couldn't break through it? Shenhong frowned his brows. He obviously doesn't know what the divine guardian stone is. However, after receiving a palm from Shenhong, cracks started to appear on the barrier. Just when Shenhong was in a daze, Nya Li's right hand moved and a scarlet flame flying knife appeared. The flying knife turned into a stream of light and shot toward Shenhong's head. Insignificant tricks. You dare to play in front of me? Shenhong coldly snorted. He gathered his soul force in his right hand and grabbed towards the flying knife. In his view, a flying knife thrown by a gold rank demon spiritualist. How could it not be easily blocked? Puff! The scarlet flame flying knife pierced through Shenhong's palm and shot toward Shenhong's head. Such a sharp flying knife, it can actually pierce through my palm? Shenhong was shocked in his heart. In a moment of desperation, he quickly tilted his head. The scarlet flame flying knife brushed past his face, leaving a bloody mark on his face. Just a little bit more, and his head would have been pierced through by the scarlet flame flying knife. This made Shenhong break out in cold sweat. Just what kind of flying knife is that to have such terrifying power? With his palm pierced through, Shenhong was furious. As a black gold rank pinnacle expert, he was actually injured by a gold rank ant. This is simply a great humiliation. He quickly sealed the acupuncture points on his palm, and the blood quickly stopped flowing. Bastard, let's see where you can run to. Shenhong furiously barked and threw another palm towards Nya Li. Boom! The barrier around Nya Li's body was shattered by Shenhong's attack. Shenhong's body did not stop and grabbed towards Nya Li. Have a taste of my blood explosion technique. Nya Li suddenly raised his hand and threw it. 6 cold lights shot towards Shenhong. Shenhong was grabbing towards Nya Li. Hearing Nya Li's words, his face suddenly changed. Previously, when he was on the city wall of Glory City, he personally saw the terrifying power of the blood explosion demonic bottle. Such a sinister thing. How would Shenhong dare to touch it? Sensing the 6 dots shooting at him, Shen Hong's body shot out dozens of meters with a whoosh, sending out palm energies. Boom! Boom! The 6 specks of cold light exploded in the air, and some stone powder fell to the ground. Nothing happened. These 6 specks of cold light were nothing more than 6 small stones. How could this be a blood explosion technique? In the blink of an eye, Nya Li had already flown over 100 meters away. I took the wrong thing. I'm really sorry, I'll make a move first. Nya Li flew towards the center of the 10,000 demonic beast array. He never thought that he would be tricked by Nya Li. Shen Hong's face was distorted from anger. He angrily pointed towards the direction that Nya Li escaped and said, "You actually dared to trick this old man. You really think that this old man isn't prepared? Stop him." 2 black figures flew towards Nya Li. They're 2 black gold rank experts. These 2 black gold rank experts have been hiding in the dark, waiting for Shen Hong's orders. Yi Xiao, who was fighting with several black gold rank experts, immediately barked towards Yi Xiao. "Quickly go and support Nya Li." They never thought that the sacred family would have so many black gold rank experts hiding in the dark. These black gold rank experts are ruthless. They're definitely from the Dark Guild. Sensing the 2 figures chasing behind him, Nya Li understood that he has no choice but to use his ultimate move. His right hand moved and took out a legend rank scroll from his interspatial ring. He started chanting. A moment later, the legend rank scroll emitted a bright light. Sunset lightning explosion technique. Chapter 183. On the inscription pattern scroll, waves of frightening lightning energy were generated out of thin air. The frightening lightning snakes spread out in all directions. Lightning balls the size of millstones appeared in the sky. There were hundreds of them. The frightening lightning aura caused people to feel a suffocating pressure. The 2 black gold rank experts had traces of fear in their eyes. They could feel the power of this setting sun's exploding lightning technique. Without waiting for them to react, the lightning balls that filled the sky bombarded the ground. The 2 black gold rank experts were shrouded by the lightning balls that were frantically descending. Boom! 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 Lightning exploded. Under the dense lightning storm, the area within a 100-meter radius was instantly blasted into countless craters. The 2 black gold rank experts were caught off guard. Nya Li actually executed such a move. They simply couldn't dodge in time. Legend rank inscription scrolls are created by legend rank demon spiritualists by consuming a large amount of soul force and countless precious materials. It's a life-saving item for legend rank demon spiritualists. How can an ordinary black gold rank expert withstand such an item? Several lightning bolts landed on their bodies. The defenses that they erected on their bodies were instantly shattered. The 2 of them were blown away. Their bodies were charred black and their clothes were in tatters. They fell onto the ground, groaning and unable to get up. As for Shen Hong, who was following closely behind, he felt that something was amiss. He quickly escaped from the lightning storm area. However, he was still struck by some of the lightning snakes. The clothes on his body were torn apart and his skin was filled with scars. Looking at the 2 black gold rank experts that fell onto the ground, Shen Hong's face slightly changed. Luckily, he escaped in time. Otherwise, he'd probably be in the same state as the 2 black gold rank experts. Setting sun's exploding lightning technique, that's a legend rank forbidden spell. Currently, the only demon spiritualist that can execute a legend rank forbidden spell is Yi Mo. As for those legend rank forbidden spell scrolls that were passed down from ancient times, they've long lost their effectiveness. Where did Nya Li get his legend rank forbidden spell scrolls from? Shen Hong was depressed. The other party was obviously just a gold ranked, but he was as slippery as a loach, making it impossible for him to get close to him. Moreover, he had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves making it impossible for him to defend against them. Nye Li glanced at the two black gold rank experts on the ground, as well as the battered and exhausted Shin Hong standing in the distance. He stopped and chuckled. Patriarch Shin Hong, you're not going to continue chasing? Kid, don't run if you have the guts. Don't think that this old man can't do anything to you just because you have these methods. Shen Hong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 apertures. He roared, and his body quickly transformed into a giant eagle. He soared into the sky and swooped down towards Nye Li. Holy flaming eagle? Nye Li smiled faintly. This sacred flame eagle was much inferior to Yi Zhong's black, scaled earth dragon. No wonder Shen Hong wasn't able to advance to legend rank, and his cultivation was so much inferior to Yi Zhong's. Indeed, in terms of talent, Shen Hong wasn't inferior to Yi Zhong. However, the demon spirit he integrated with was a level lower than Yi Zhong's. This is probably the reason why Shen Hong was unwilling in his heart. Although Shen Hong is a pinnacle black gold rank expert, Nye Li has never placed Shen Hong in his eyes. He has plenty of methods to escape unscathed when Shen Hong gets close to him. However, there's no need to continue playing with Shen Hong. Duan Jian, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go activate the 10,000 demonic beast array, Nye Li said in a clear voice. Without turning his head back, he flew away. With Duan Jian's strength, even if he's not Shen Hong's opponent, Shen Hong won't be able to do anything to Duan Jian in a short period of time. Once the 10,000 demonic beast array is activated, no one from the sacred family will be able to escape. Just when the sacred flaming eagle dived down, a figure rapidly flew over. Duan Jian has been guarding a place not far from Nye Li. He didn't leave until Nye Li called for him. Only then did he appear. At this moment, he extended his huge black wings and wielded the black flame sword. He was like a demon as he charged towards the sacred flaming eagle. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying explosions rang out in the sky. Duan Jian was hit by the sacred flaming eagle's frightening strength again and again. However, he didn't seem to be injured in the slightest. On the contrary, he bravely and fearlessly continued to charge forward. Huge balls of flames exploded in the sky. This intense battle instantly attracted the attention of countless people. After receiving such concentrated attacks, he's actually still safe and sound. This young man's physical body is too terrifying. Is this young man really a human? His physical body is simply comparable to the Dragon Clan. Duan Jian did not integrate with his demon spirit. He has only been using his physical strength. For his physical strength to reach such a level, it's simply too shocking. A trace of shock flashed across the eyes of Yi Xiu and Bunch. They're very clear about Shen Hong's strength. In the entire Glory City, he's an existence that's only inferior to Yi Mo and Yi Zhong. Even if Yi Xiu and Yi Shua joined hands, they could only barely resist Shen Hong, who integrated with the sacred flaming eagle. They never thought that this young man could actually rely on his physical strength to fight against Shen Hong, who integrated with the sacred flaming eagle. Furthermore, he doesn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. When the experts of the sacred family saw this scene, their faces changed. If Shen Hong is being held back, then they can only dream of breaking out of the encirclement. Boom! Xin Xiu was sent flying by a palm from Yi Xiu. He vomited blood, looking extremely miserable. Xin Yu and Bunch were even more unbearable. They were beaten up by the young experts of the Huyen family and Divine family and captured. As for the black gold rank experts of the sacred family, they couldn't fight against the black gold rank experts of the Snow Wind family, Divine family, and Huyen family. After all, the difference in numbers is too great. The few black gold rank elders of the sacred family looked at each other and let out a low growl. Scrolls flew out and revolved around them, turning into lumps of flames. In an instant, a dark aura blew towards them. It's the shadow demon technique of the Dark Guild. Everyone be careful. Yi Xiao and Bunch furiously barked, leading everyone to fly to the side. The eyes of the black gold rank elders of a sacred family instantly shot out rays of red light, revealing a hint of bloodthirsty, killing intent. Pung, pung, pung. The flames surrounding them exploded, and a mysterious and powerful existence seemed to have awakened in the darkness. Several experts of the Snow Wind family and Divine family were just about to approach the black gold rank elders of a sacred family when their bodies exploded, turning into lumps of blood mist. A huge black shadow appeared in the sky, covering the sky like a curtain. A pair of huge bloody pupils looked down. The black shadow was like a sharp blade that swept across. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered. In an instant, hundreds of experts were killed. Humph, humph, I want all of you to die. Elder Xin Yuan, who was leading the sacred family, furiously roared. Yi Xiao, Yi Shua, and Bunch managed to escape. They couldn't help having lingering fear in their hearts. This shadow demon technique is too frightening. Even they were almost killed by it. However, the sharp claws of the shadow demon followed them like a shadow, causing them to have no choice but to dodge. Damn it, I was actually forced to use the shadow demon technique. Shin Hong, who was fighting with Duan Jian, cursed in depression. There's no need to mention how angry he was. By using the shadow demon technique of the Dark Guild, it means that he has completely betrayed Glory City. It will definitely attract the attacks of all the families. He was entangled by Duan Jian to the point that he couldn't get away. There's no way for him to support the sacred family or continue chasing after Nieli. His cultivation is clearly much stronger than Duan Jian's. However, Duan Jian's physical body is too powerful. No matter what kind of attack he uses, he can only cause some superficial wounds to Duan Jian. He's simply unable to kill Duan Jian. Your opponent is me, yet you still have the time to care about others. Duan Jian coldly barked. He waved the black flame sword and slashed toward Shen Hong. Boom! Boom! Another round of fierce battle ensued. These black gold rank elders of a sacred family had no choice but to execute the shadow demon technique, temporarily relieving the pressure of being surrounded. However, it also caused a very serious consequence. Originally, the sacred family was only facing the Snow Wind family, Huyan family, and a few other families. The experts of the other families were still watching from the sidelines. However, when they saw the black gold rank elders of the sacred family executing the shadow demon technique, they instantly confirmed it. The sacred family has already betrayed Glory City and joined the Dark Guild. The sacred family has betrayed Glory City. Surround them. Don't let them escape. Knowing about the betrayal of the sacred family, the eyes of the experts of the various families turned red, filled with killing intent. Betrayal is absolutely intolerable. The Dark Guild has done many evil deeds. Almost every family has an irreconcilable hatred with them. Almost every family has people that died in the hands of the Dark Guild. He saw some people gathering around him. The black gold rank elders of a sacred family sneered. After summoning the shadow demon, these people still dare to charge forward. They're simply courting death. PFFF, PFFF. Black shadows streaked across like claws, instantly killing over 100 experts of the various families. The few black gold rank elders slowly floated into the air. Their bodies were shrouded in a terrifying darkness with lumps of flames surrounding them. Humph! You dare to be arrogant in my city lord's mansion with a mere shadow demon summoning technique. Yi Xiao coldly snorted and quickly flew to the wall of the palace. On the wall of the palace, there were strange runes engraved on it. Yi Xiao's hands quickly formed seals and pressed his palm on the wall of the palace. Since we dare to summon you guys into the city, Lord's mansion, how could we not be prepared? The entire palace was suddenly filled with golden light. A giant god wearing white battle armor slowly stood up from the top of the palace. He held 2 huge ice axes in his hands. His entire body was shrouded in a blizzard. Standing in the endless void, he had a supreme majesty. This giant god's eyes were like bronze bells, staring at the shadow demon in the sky. A terrifying pressure instantly grabbed everyone's neck, causing them to suffocate. This is the Snow Wind spiritual god. Seeing this scene, the few black gold rank elders of the sacred family had their faces pale from fear. They have heard of the name of the Snow Wind spiritual god. Hundreds of years ago, when the demon beast horde invaded, it was this Snow Wind spiritual god that withstood the attacks of 3 legend rank demon beasts, allowing Glory City to escape from danger. For hundreds of years, the Snow Wind spiritual god has never been summoned again. The people of Glory City have gradually forgotten its existence. Many people thought that the Snow Wind family had completely forgotten how to summon the Snow Wind spiritual god. Until now, when the Snow Wind spiritual god was summoned again, these black gold rank elders of the sacred family remembered that the Snow Wind family still has such a trump card. One is the terrifying shadow demon that shrouded half the sky. The other is the guardian of the Snow Wind family, the Snow Wind spiritual god. The 2 giant creatures faced each other in the sky. An even more terrifying battle is about to break out. These 2 terrifying creatures did not seem to be existences from this plane. Chapter 184. Looking at the 2 frightening existences in the sky, the experts of the various families were shocked in their hearts. They're indeed worthy of being the major families. Their foundation isn't something that ordinary people can imagine. Who knows how many trump cards the 2 major families have yet to reveal? The Shadow Demon and the Snow Wind spiritual god started fighting. In that instant, the sky turned dark. Ice hammers condensed from wind, and snow flew towards the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon did not show any weakness and sent out claw images. Boom! 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 Bursts of yuan qi surged out, as if they were going to completely drown the experts of the various clans below. This power isn't something that ordinary gold rank or gold rank fighters or demon spiritualists can resist. They all retreated and watched from afar. The Snow Wind spiritual god strength is a little stronger than the Shadow Demon. The snowstorm that filled the sky swept towards the Shadow Demon. The cold temperature caused the Shadow Demon's body to stiffen and be covered with layers of frost. Roar! The Snow Wind spiritual god was like a god from the ancient times. His lower body was in the middle of the frightening snowstorm. His body was huge like a mountain. He brandished his ice axe and violently chopped down, sweeping up countless wind blades. Under the attacks of the Snow Wind spiritual god, the Shadow Demon shrieked miserably and retreated. The faces of the black gold rank elders of the sacred family turned ugly. They originally thought that by summoning the Shadow Demon, it would be enough to suppress the experts of the Snow Wind family. However, they never thought that Yi Xiu would actually summon the guardian of the Snow Wind family, the Snow Wind spiritual god. That frightening strength completely suppressed the Shadow Demon. For so many years, they thought that the Snow Wind spiritual god was only a legend. Nieli, who was flying, saw the mountain-like Snow Wind spiritual god and suddenly stopped his steps. He said, "I was just wondering why Yi Xiu didn't make any preparations earlier and activated the 10,000 demonic beast array the moment the battle started. So it turns out that they were already prepared. Indeed, the Snow Wind family isn't to be trifled with." Nieli vaguely remembered that in his previous life, when Glory City was destroyed, he saw this huge Snow Wind spiritual god from afar. However, in his previous life, even a powerful existence like the Snow Wind spiritual god was drowned in the endless beast tide. The reason why Yi Xiu did not activate the 10,000 demonic beast array, but chose the Snow Wind spiritual god, is probably because he's using the 10,000 demonic beast array as his final trump card. Anyway, the Snow Wind spiritual god has already been revealed many times. but the 10,000 demonic beast array is a trump card that has never been revealed. Since that's the case, then there's no need to activate the 10,000 demonic beast array for now. Let's observe first. Summoning the snow wind spiritual god is more than enough to suppress everyone in the sacred family. The shadow devil shrieked frantically and grabbed at the snow wind spiritual god. The black shadows were like countless steel blades. The snow wind spiritual god let out a deep roar as its huge palm grabbed towards those black shadows. Ding, ding, ding. When those black shadows collided with the palm of the snow wind spiritual god, it was as though they had collided with an iron wall, unable to cause any damage to the snow wind spiritual god. Bang! The snow wind spiritual god grabbed onto the shadow devil. Waves of ice and snow energy swept towards the shadow devil. The shadow devil's body was rapidly frozen. The shadow devil constantly struggled and shrieked, trying to break free from the snow wind spiritual god's grasp. However, in the end, it was frozen into an ice pillar. The black gold rank elders of the sacred family violently vomited blood and were sent flying. The shadow devil was summoned by them using all of their soul force. After the shadow devil was frozen, their soul force also suffered heavy damage. Yi Xiao, who was standing below the snow wind spiritual god, coldly snorted. How can a mere shadow devil shake my snow wind family? You dare to be impudent in my snow wind family's territory? Every time they summoned the snow wind spiritual god, they would need to spend a large amount of Saint Spiritual Origin Stones. The amount of Saint Spiritual Origin Stones that the Snow Wind family has stored is only enough to summon the Snow Wind spiritual god 3 times. Therefore, every time they summon it, they have to be extremely cautious. However, with the 10,000 demonic beast array, the Snow Wind family has another trump card. Therefore, Yi Xiao was able to summon the Snow Wind spiritual god so decisively. The shadow devil was defeated. With such a powerful existence like the Snow Wind spiritual god, the people of the sacred family will definitely die. The Snow Wind spiritual god bent its waist and grabbed towards the black gold rank elders of the sacred family with its huge palm. As long as they're caught by the Snow Wind spiritual god, the black gold rank elders of the sacred family will instantly be frozen and shattered into pieces. At this moment, Shen Hong's heart was burning with anxiety when he saw the scene. He tried to break away from the attacks several times, but was entangled by Duan Jian. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break away. If he was here, although he wouldn't be able to defeat the Snow Wind spiritual god, at least the shadow devil wouldn't be defeated so easily. Yi Xiao and the rest wouldn't be able to win so easily either. Shen Hong's face sank. Why isn't that person here yet? The sacred family couldn't have been abandoned by the Dark Guild, right? Nia Li stared into the distance. Compared to the Snow Wind family, the sacred family's foundation is still inferior. It seems that he doesn't even need to activate the 10,000 demonic beast array. Just when the Snow Wind spiritual god's huge hand was about to grab those black gold rank elders of the sacred family, a black light suddenly shrouded those black gold rank elders. Boom! When the Snow Wind spiritual god's hand collided with the black light, it was actually rebounded and stopped for a moment, unable to continue moving forward. The Snow Wind family's foundation is indeed deep. This Snow Wind spiritual god strength is indeed not bad. In the sky, a person with 2 black wings was quietly floating in front of the Snow Wind spiritual god. Although that faint voice was very soft, everyone present could hear it. Looking at the youth in front of him, Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, I have never seen you before. You are Dark Guild, Gui Sha. The youth laughed and said, Currently I'm the enforcement elder of the Dark Guild. My master has already gone into secluded training. The Dark Guild will be managed by me and Gui Sha. When my master comes out, he will reach an unimaginable pinnacle. All of the Snow Wind family's resistance is unnecessary. As long as the Snow Wind family is willing to submit to my Dark Guild, My Dark Guild will give the Snow Wind family a chance and let you become a branch of the Dark Guild. Arrogant words! Yi Xiu coldly snorted. You'd better talk about this with the Snow Wind spiritual god. The Snow Wind spiritual god grabbed towards Guisha. A black light suddenly blossomed from Guisha's body, forming into a black sphere. The Snow Wind spiritual god grabbed onto the black sphere and used all his strength to pinch it. In an instant, ice and snow covered the black sphere. However, no matter how much strength the Snow Wind spiritual god used, it was unable to break the black sphere. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiu frowned his brows. Even the Snow Wind spiritual god was unable to break this defense. That means that this Guisha must have the strength of a legend rank expert. A legend rank expert actually claimed to be a servant. Just how powerful is that person? Destroying my Dark Guild's branch and even raiding the Sacred Family's lair. The Snow Wind family is indeed harder to deal with than I imagined. However, I'll say it here. If the Snow Wind family submits, then you'll have a chance to live. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Guisha coldly snorted. He slowly raised his right hand and let out a low growl towards the Snow Wind spiritual god. A blazing black flame shot out from his right palm, going against the biting cold wind from the Snow Wind spiritual god. The black flame slowly gained the upper hand, forcing the Snow Wind spiritual god back, bit by bit. A mere Snow Wind spiritual god dares to go against me? Guisha coldly snorted. He stood in the air, emitting an unparalleled and frightening aura from his body. Even the Snow Wind spiritual god is unable to fight against him? This Guisha is actually so powerful. Then, what about the true ruler of the Dark Guild, the Demon Lord? Just what kind of terrifying existence is he? At this moment, the experts of the various families were all shocked. Guisha's powerful strength has really frightened them. One must know that the Snow Wind spiritual god is an existence that even Lord Yemo is unable to fight against. He has already reached the pinnacle of legend rank. Could it be that this Guisha is also an existence at the pinnacle of legend rank? With his extraordinary strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to destroy Glory City. Yi Xiu frowned his brows. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The strength that Guisha has displayed is indeed extremely frightening. Since Guisha has such strength, along with the Demon Lord, why didn't he just destroy Glory City? What's the reason? At the sight of this scene, Shen Hong revealed an arrogant sneer on the corner of his mouth. He has personally witnessed Guisha's strength. He's already a legend rank existence. In addition to Longsha and the Demon Lord, 3 legend rank experts. As long as the Demon Lord comes out, the Snow Wind family will definitely be destroyed. This is also the reason why the Sacred Family relied on the Dark Guild. After so many years of accumulation, the strength of the Dark Guild is already not something that Glory City can fight against. When Yemo is still alive, the Dark Guild still has some fear towards Glory City. However, as Yemo gradually grows old, the Dark Guild is determined to obtain Glory City. Seeing this scene, Nia Li sneered. A pinnacle of black gold rank and existence equivalent to Yizong at most, is actually pretending to be at the pinnacle of legend rank. Although that treasure is indeed not bad, to pretend in front of me, you're still too inexperienced. Nia Li could tell that something was amiss with just a glance. Whether the Demon Lord has the strength of a legend rank or not, whether he's trying to break through to the realm above legend rank, Nia Li isn't sure. However, this Guisha in front of him definitely doesn't have the strength of a pinnacle of legend rank. With that treasure, he can indeed advance or retreat without any worries, unless I activate the 10,000 demonic beast array. Nia Li looked towards the center of the 10,000 demonic beast array. Only the 10,000 demonic beast array can keep Guisha here. Judging from Guisha's tone, he should be the 3rd in command of the Dark Guild. He can be considered a big fish, therefore. It's worth using the 10,000 demonic beast array. The 10,000 demonic beast array is the trump card of the Snow Wind family. According to the thoughts of Yi Xiao and the rest, if possible, they wouldn't use it. However, Nya Li's thoughts are different. Since one trump card has been revealed, then he just has to prepare a few more. Very quickly, Nya Li entered the center of the 10,000 demonic beast array and started forming the seals. Gui Sha suppressed the Snow Wind spiritual god and looked down at the experts of Glory City. The experts of the various families couldn't help feeling extremely pessimistic in their hearts. Without Lord Yemo here, who else can be Gui Sha's opponent in this huge Glory City? Suddenly, a low cry was heard. Look over there. It's the City Lord. The City Lord is back. After Yi Zong annihilated the Dark Guild's branch and raided the Sacred Family's nest, he immediately rushed back. However, the moment he returned, he saw the scene of Gui Sha suppressing the Snow Wind spiritual god. The experts of the Dark Guild have also made their move? He never thought that the experts of the Dark Guild would actually kill their way into Glory City. Even the Snow Wind spiritual god was suppressed. This Gui Sha's strength has indeed reached an unimaginable level. For the Dark Guild to send out such experts, are they trying to annihilate Glory City? With Yi Zong's current strength, he's definitely not Gui Sha's opponent. If he goes up, he'll definitely be courting death. However, at this moment, he can't retreat. He's the war god of Glory City, the pillar of support for the citizens of Glory City. If he retreats, then everyone in Glory City will become the slaves of the Dark Guild. Images flashed through Yi Zong's mind. Yi Ziyun, Nya Li Yemo, and so on. His eyes gradually became firm. In order to protect the peace of my Glory City, I, Yi Zong, will have no regrets even if I die. At this moment, Yi Zong is facing an enemy that's countless times stronger than him. His eyes were abnormally firm as he took a step towards the sky. Boom! A soul force ripple slowly spread out under his feet. Chapter 185. Boom! 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 With Yi Zong's feet as the center, a powerful soul force ripple spread out in all directions. An intense snowstorm formed beneath Yi Zong's feet. Just like that, Yi Zong stepped on the void and walked step by step toward Sha Gui in the void. This is the Snow Wind family's traceless snow wind secret technique. Those who can grasp this secret technique are at least legend rank experts. Yi Zong actually stepped into legend rank. Gui Sha's pupils suddenly shrank. Yi Zong continued walking, step by step. Although he knows that Gui Sha's strength is at the pinnacle of legend rank, facing such an expert, he didn't have a trace of fear in his heart. His fighting intent soared into the sky and surged out in all directions. At this moment, Yi Zong seems to have entered into a very profound realm. As he walked, it was as if he was resonating with some kind of energy between heaven and earth. He was comprehending this mysterious state. So this is legend rank. He never thought that he would step into legend rank at this moment. Seeing Yi Zong walking step by step in the void, the experts of the various aristocratic families were stunned for a moment. But immediately after, they burst into wild cheers. Facing a powerhouse like Gui Sha, when they were almost in despair, it was Yi Zong, like a god of war, who stood in front of them. Yi Zong is the powerful god in their hearts, the belief of all of them. Looking at this tall and imposing man, the fighting intent in their hearts was ignited. Those who offend my Glory City, kill. Looking at Yi Zong's back figure, Nya Li was slightly stunned for a moment. He never thought that Yi Zong would step into legend rank at this moment. He's indeed worthy of being the guardian of Glory City. Facing a powerful enemy, Yi Zong's determination allowed him to complete a transformation, becoming a true legend rank expert. In an instant, Yi Zong gathered his strong battle intent and pointed his sword at Sha Gui in the sky. That terrifying strength seemed to be able to tear the space apart. Seeing Yizong's sword strike, Gui Sha coldly shouted, "Even if you advance to legend rank, you are still not my opponent." Dozens of black balls the size of fists appeared around him in an instant. These black balls suddenly emitted a blazing light and blasted towards Yizong. Yizong was still immersed in that mysterious and profound state. Seeing the dozens of black balls shooting over like meteors, he slashed out with his sword. Cold Sword Chi. The sword in Yizong's hand instantly transformed into dozens of sharp sword shadows that slashed at the dozens of black balls. Boom, boom, boom. When the sword Chi landed on the black balls, a series of horrifying explosions occurred. Yizong originally thought that with his strength, he wouldn't be Gui Sha's opponent. Therefore, he pressed forward and burst out with strength that surpassed his own limits. However, from these black balls, Yizong could feel that his opponent didn't have the strength of a legend rank pinnacle expert. Gui Sha coldly snorted, and a blazing flame shot out from his palm. At this moment, Yizong could clearly see what was going on. It turns out that there's something hidden in his opponent's palm. This thing is able to shoot out blazing flames towards Longyan. Fire and ice are natural enemies, not to mention Longyan. No wonder he could suppress the snow, wind, spiritual god. TSK, the people here aren't fun at all. I'll make a move first. Gui Sha knows that if he continues to fight with Yizong, he definitely won't be Yizong's opponent. Gui Sha instantly disappeared. A moment later, he was already a few hundred meters away. Both of his hands quickly formed seals, and a black vortex appeared beside the black gold rank experts of the sacred family. "Stop them!" Yi Xiao coldly barked. A group of black gold rank experts immediately rushed up to stop them. Whoosh! 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 Several black gold rank experts of the sacred family entered the black vortex and instantly disappeared. However, there were 2 black gold rank experts that didn't make it in time and were killed by Yi Xiao and his group. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Yizong coldly barked, waved his sword, and chased after Gui Sha. "In this glory city, I can come and go as I please. Which one of you can stop me?" Gui Sha laughed. He quickly formed seals, wanting to form a second spatial door of darkness. Seeing this scene, Shen Hong's face changed. If Gui Sha were to leave, he'll be completely finished. He immediately used all of his strength to blast Duan Jian away and flew towards Gui Sha's direction. He wants to open the spatial door of darkness and escape with Gui Sha. "Wait for me." Shen Hong's heart was burning with anxiety. He doesn't want to die here. Not good, it's too late. Yizong's face changed. If Gui Sha were to really come and go as he pleased, then he, the city lord, wouldn't have the face to face anyone. Swish, swish. The black sphere continued to attack Yizong, blocking Yizong's footsteps. The snow wind spiritual god's hand also grabbed towards Gui Sha. However, it seems that it's too late. No one can stop Gui Sha. At this moment, Niali, who is in the 10,000 demonic beast array, suddenly opened his eyes and calmly snorted. "Trying to leave? You still haven't asked for my permission." Just when Gui Sha was about to open the spatial door of darkness, the surrounding air suddenly froze. 3 ghost-like creatures slowly appeared beside him. Seeing these 3 creatures, Gui Sha's face changed. He never thought that it would be the spirits of Nether. These spirits of Nether aren't any powerful combat-type demon spirits. Furthermore, they're only 1-star black gold rank. However, they have a special ability, which is to lock space. The spatial door of darkness that Gui Sha had just opened a little bit was instantly frozen. Damn it! Gui Sha swept his gaze around. He saw that the strange pillars of the city lord's mansion were emitting traces of faint light, releasing an uneasy aura. He has heard of this array before. Being able to kill the abyss demon is indeed extraordinary. However, he has never experienced the true power of this array. Nieli, who was far away, quietly floated in the middle of the array like a demonic god. Without the spatial door of darkness, it will be difficult for Gui Sha to escape. After all, Yizong and the Snow Wind spiritual god are still eyeing him. Seeing that Gui Sha's spatial door of darkness did not open, Shen Hong's face changed. This time, they're like turtles in a jar. Humph. Even without the spatial door of darkness, don't think of keeping me here. I'll let you experience the bloodthirsty devil that Master has bestowed upon me. Gui Sha laughed maniacally, his body continuously becoming thicker and thicker, transforming into the form of a devil. A powerful dark aura swept out. Yizong, think about it carefully. If you want to keep me here, you will have to pay the price. Yizong, so what if you've reached legend rank? As long as I make a move, killing 10 to 20 black gold rank experts isn't a problem. Gui Sha coldly laughed and said, if today's matter is over, then we'll mind our own business. If you insist on making a move, then you'll have to see the consequences. Looking at the experts of the various families below, Yizong is a little hesitant. The bloodthirsty devil is the most secretive demon spirit. It's extremely hard to track. If Gui Sha goes around him to slaughter the experts of the various families, it'll be hard for him to stop him. What consequences? I'll see what the consequences will be. Nya Li's voice became like thunder under the effect of the 10,000 demonic beast array. Gui Sha coldly snorted, looked at the sky, and said, I'm talking to Yizong. Who do you think you are to interrupt? You didn't know me in the past, but after today I'll make you remember me. Nya Li calmly said, activating the 10,000 demonic beast array. In an instant, the sky turned dark. The entire Glory City was shrouded in endless darkness. The surrounding aura suddenly became heavy. Thousands of black gold rank demon spirits appeared in the sky, forming a mysterious array. They only need to use 1/10 of their power to kill Gui Sha. A huge explosion was heard. The illusionary shadows of the mountains pressed down on Spectre Sha. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming towards him, Gui Sha wanted to escape. However, he realized that a powerful aura had already locked onto him. He coldly snorted, raised both of his fists, and punched towards the sky, wanting to destroy the illusions of mountains. Boom! The energy exploded. Gui Sha's fists did not manage to destroy the illusions of mountains. The huge illusions of mountains didn't even sway as they pressed towards Gui Sha. Boom! The illusions of mountains pressed onto Gui Sha's body. That terrifying energy seemed to want to shatter Gui Sha's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Gui Sha's face turned pale as he vomited a mouthful of blood. He never thought that the illusions of mountains would have such terrifying power. This power isn't something that he can fight against. Even if he integrated with the bloodthirsty devil demon spirit, he's still not its opponent. Even if it's a legend rank expert, they'll probably be suppressed by the illusions of mountains. It's already fortunate that Gui Sha didn't die from his body exploding. If it wasn't for the demonic body being different from ordinary creatures, he would have already died. Gui Sha's heart was filled with fear. For the first time, he felt the threat of death. Originally, by relying on the bloodthirsty devil demon spirit, Gui Sha felt that even a legend rank expert wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He could still leave easily. However, at this moment, he realized that even the bloodthirsty devil demon spirit couldn't withstand a single blow from this array. Not only Gui Sha, even Yizong and Bunch were shocked. This is the first time they've seen the true power of the 10,000 demonic beast array. They never thought that the 10,000 demonic beast array would be so powerful. The arrogant Gui Sha was actually heavily injured by the 10,000 demonic beast array, unable to move. Shen Hong, who was madly charging towards Gui Sha, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He never thought that even Gui Sha would be suppressed. He suddenly felt a sense of loss. Originally, in his heart, Gui Sha was a pinnacle legend rank expert, an invincible existence. But now he realized that he was tricked. He sacrificed the entire sacred family in exchange for this kind of result. Shin Hong simply wanted to vomit blood. What he doesn't know is that, according to the trajectory of his previous life, the sacred family could indeed reach the pinnacle of Glory City and follow the dark guild into the abyss prison realm. However, in this life, because of the arrival of Nye Li, everything changed. Chapter 186. Boom! 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 The mountain shadows bombarded Gui Sha again and again, slamming him into the ground. Every single time, Gui Sha felt that the power was several times stronger than before. This frightening power isn't something that Gui Sha's physical body can withstand. Even with the ghost demon body, the power gradually reached the limit that his physical body can withstand. Gui Sha could feel that the muscles in his arms are collapsing. If this goes on, his entire body will collapse. This is the 10,000 demonic beast array, a powerful array formed by 10,000 black gold rank demon spirits. Nye Li only used a tenth of his power, and it's already enough to kill Gui Sha. Seeing this scene, Shen Hong was scared out of his wits. He turned into a beam of light and escaped. At this moment, he only wants to escape and leave Glory City. How could Yi Zong, who was looking at the overall situation, overlook Shen Hong? When he saw Shen Hong fleeing in a sorry state, he sighed. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. The sword in his hand turned into a beam of light and shot towards the escaping Shen Hong. Since you've chosen to betray us, then we can no longer tolerate you. Yi Zong, who has become a legend rank existence, is no longer someone that Shen Hong can resist. With a puff, the sharp sword pierced through Shen Hong's chest. Shen Hong looked at the sword that pierced through his chest in disbelief. He never imagined that he would have such an ending. His ambition, everything, vanished like smoke in thin air. So all of this was just an illusion. He's dead. The hundreds of years of foundation of the sacred family was also destroyed in his hands. Shen Hong sighed and slowly closed his eyes. Could it be that everything that he did was wrong? Perhaps this is his road of return. His power slowly dissipated, and his entire body involuntarily fell from the sky. The patriarch of the sacred family, a generation's hero, Shen Hong, has fallen. Only Gui Sha was left. He was bitterly holding on. He wanted to break free from the illusionary mountains. But no matter how hard he tried, the illusionary mountains suppressed him with an unparalleled power. He couldn't move at all. After killing Gui Sha, Glory City will be much safer. Nye Li coldly barked as he increased the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array. Once this force descended, Gui Sha would definitely die. Just at this moment, there was a loud bang and the illusion of the mountains suddenly shattered. A figure quickly flew toward Gui Sha, picked him up like a little chick, and directly flew into the sky. It can actually break the 10,000 demonic beast arrays, 1,000-layered mountains. This person was at least at the legendary realm, or even stronger. Nye Li looked over and saw that the person was wearing a light white robe. He was actually an extremely handsome young man. In the Dark Guild, there were only 2 people who were stronger than Ghost Fiend. He didn't expect another one to appear. Seeing that Gui Sha was about to be rescued, Yi Zong coldly snorted. Want to leave? Not so easy. His body quickly merged with the snow, wind, great ape demon spirit, wrapped in an endless snowstorm as he charged towards the white-clothed youth. At the same time, the snow wind spiritual god, who was standing to the side, also let out a furious roar and grabbed towards the white-clothed youth. Gui Sha opened his eyes in a daze. After seeing the white-clothed youth, he finally let out a long breath. Long Sha, why are you here? The white-clothed youth did not reply. His deep gaze looked towards the center of the 10,000 demonic beast array. The corner of his mouth revealed a profound smile. Aside from EMO, I found another interesting person. I believe that Lord Demon Lord will also be interested. Seeing Yizong and the Snow Wind spiritual god charging towards him, the white-clothed youth waved his sleeves and two mysterious stones flew out. With two banging sounds, the two stones exploded. An invisible force exploded in the sky. The Snow Wind spiritual god was forced to take a few steps back. Its entire body was swaying. As for Yizong, he was sent flying by the force and vomited a mouthful of blood. He didn't know what those two stones were, to actually have such powerful energy. The white-clothed youth was still calm and composed. He faced the direction of Nieli and calmly said, "I wonder what your name is? How many times have you been in the spiritual constellation? With our knowledge, there's no need for us to be restricted by this small battle for a city. If you're interested, you can come to my dark guild for a chat and follow me to meet Lord Demon Lord. We'll be waiting for you at any time." Nieli stood in the center of the 10,000 demonic beast array. Hearing the two words spiritual constellation, his eyelids twitched. This spiritual constellation technique is an extremely sinister secret technique, using tens of thousands of children as a sacrifice, then implanting one's soul into one of the children's body, obtaining a new life. As long as the soul isn't destroyed, one can live for several lifetimes. Naturally, there are many side effects. The soul will suffer from the pain of being burned, and the new body will also quickly deteriorate. Nieli is only a child, but he has unimaginable knowledge. He even laid out such a huge array like the 10,000 demonic beast array. In the white-clothed youth's view, he must have used the spiritual constellation technique. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to achieve this. What he doesn't know is that Nieli came back to life because of the temporal demon spirit book and not because of the spiritual constellation technique. The spiritual constellation technique is extremely mysterious. Aside from a few people who have heard of it, no one else knows of its existence. When humans reach the pinnacle of legend rank, it's extremely hard for them to break through. Their physical body will start to deteriorate, and they will often fall before the limit that they can't break through. Countless experts have died in regret. Thus, a brilliant transcendent genius thought of a way, and that was to use the spiritual constellation technique to preserve his soul, occupy a new body, and then continue to cultivate from zero. Every time they reach the pinnacle of legend rank and are unable to break through, and their physical body starts to deteriorate, they will use the spiritual constellation technique. Repeating this method, they will get closer and closer to that limit. All the past presidents of the Dark Guild call themselves the Demon Lord. Could it be that this Demon Lord also used the spiritual constellation technique? This white-clothed youth should be the second person under the Demon Lord of the Dark Guild, Long Sha. I can't let this guy run away. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. This white-clothed youth's strength has at least reached legend rank. You want to have a chat with me? Sure, but first, take one move from me. Let's see if you're qualified. Nieli calmly said as he quickly activated the 10,000 demonic beast array. This time, he didn't dare to be rash and pushed the 10,000 demonic beast array's power to the limit. The 10,000 demonic beast array quickly revolved. Tens of thousands of black gold rank demon spirits appeared in the sky, and their energy quickly gathered together. Haha, sure. Pinnacle experts naturally speak with their strength. The white-clothed youth proudly smiled as he stood in the sky. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. He's about to reach the pinnacle of legend rank. Why would he be afraid of such a small array? The young man in white stood proudly. His clothes fluttered in the wind. If one looked carefully, one would see that his clean and fair face was cold and handsome. His dark and spirited eyes were filled with a deep luster. His thick eyebrows, tall nose, and beautiful lips were all showing off his nobility and elegance. His bearing and expression were like that of an immortal. If you don't know his identity, just his appearance alone is enough to make countless girls fall for him. Nieli coldly stared at the other party. If he were to meet this person on a street in Glory City, Nya Li would definitely not be able to imagine that this handsome man is the Long Sha that makes people's faces change just by hearing his name. If Long Sha were to escape, although Nya Li could use the 10,000 demonic beast array to attack him, the effect would probably be a lot weaker. Since the other party is so conceited, then Nya Li won't be polite and used all of his strength to activate the 10,000 demonic beast array. Tens of thousands of black gold rank demon spirits quickly gathered their terrifying energy, turned into a huge scarlet golden palm, and threw it towards Long Sha. Long Sha, be careful! Don't look down on this 10,000 demonic beast array. Gui Sha immediately warned. Long Sha coldly snorted and said, I don't believe that such a small array can do anything to me. He's about to step into the pinnacle of legend rank, with a pure dragon bloodline body, and all kinds of treasures to protect himself. Why would he be afraid of a small array? He wants to test the power of this 10,000 demonic beast array. Every person that reaches legend rank thinks that they have already stepped into the pinnacle of the world, because in their view, above legend rank is God. At least in the level of humans, they are the supreme existence. This kind of confidence of standing at the pinnacle is definitely not something that a small 10,000 demonic beast array can shake. Nya Li understands the mentality of these legend rank experts. Encountering a powerful opponent, they all want to test their strength. Seeing Long Sha's disdainful gaze, the corner of Nya Li's mouth slightly smiled. This Long Sha is a little similar to the time when he reached legend rank in his previous life. At that time, he looked down on the world, feeling that he's invincible and dared to go anywhere. However, he never thought that he would be beaten up by a few demon beasts and inadvertently enter the space inside the temporal demon spirit book. Only then did he understand the logic of there's always someone better. Since that's the case, then take a move from me. A divine light burst out from Nya Li's eyes as he activated the 10,000 demonic beast array's power. He let out a low roar and slowly pushed his palm out. This palm gathered all the power of the 10,000 black gold rank demon spirits in the 10,000 demonic beast array. Once the palm was pushed out, the sky turned dark, the sun and moon lost their light. That frightening pressure was like a tidal wave pouncing over. Feeling this frightening power, Long Sha's brows slightly twitched. This is the strongest power that he's encountered ever since he reached legend rank. Good. Long Sha was still fearless as he gathered all the power in his body. All the muscles in his body bulged, and his body suddenly grew several times bigger. A huge tail grew out from his back. His shoulder blade tore apart and grew a pair of huge wings. He brazenly threw out a palm. As a legend rank expert, if he cowers just because the opponent is strong, then it'll be hard for him to have any progress in his cultivation for the rest of his life. Long Sha integrated with a gold-winged dragon demon spirit. This is the true bloodline of the dragon clan, much stronger than Yi Zhong's black, scaled earth dragon. I want to see how powerful this 10,000 demonic beast array of yours is. Long Sha relied on his powerful physical body of the dragon clan. Naturally, he doesn't think that this 10,000 demonic beast array can harm him. Chapter 187. Nya Li narrowed his eyes. In this palm, he used all the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array without holding anything back. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. The horrifying sound turned into a sound wave that engulfed the surroundings. In an instant, the experts of the various families were thrown off their feet. The surrounding buildings couldn't withstand the resplendent light and collapsed. Such frightening power! This isn't a power that a human can achieve. Whether it's Yi Zhong or the other black gold rank experts, all of their faces changed. If any one of them were to face this power, they would probably be instantly crushed into dust, leaving nothing behind. When Long Sha came in contact with this power, his face instantly turned pale. The muscles on his arms burst open. This power is more than enough to annihilate his physical body as a dragon. Seeing that he's about to be engulfed by this raging wave of power, Long Sha immediately activated the few treasures in his hands. Boom! 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 One by one, the treasures turned into ashes. These treasures were given to him by the Demon Lord, including the guardian armor, the darkness light shield, etc. However, after these treasures offset a portion of the 10,000 demonic beast array's power, they were completely annihilated. Long Sha never imagined that the 10,000 demonic beast array would be this powerful. Even these few legend rank treasures couldn't protect him. Boom! Long Sha was sent flying a few hundred meters away before he came to a stop. His chest was heaving up and down. The clothes on his body were torn into pieces. His entire body was covered with wounds, looking extremely miserable. If it wasn't for sacrificing those few legend rank treasures, Long Sha would have already died. With his legend rank strength, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the 10,000 demonic beast array. A smear of fear flashed across Long Sha's eyes. He had overestimated his own strength. Yi Zong and the others had never imagined that Long Sha would be so powerful. He was merely the second in command in the Dark Guild, yet he was already so powerful. As the strongest person in the Dark Guild, what kind of existence was the Demon Lord? Long Sha clutched his chest. His pale face revealed a trace of admiration as he said, "This 10,000 demonic beast array is indeed a little powerful. If it wasn't for the few treasures protecting me, I'm afraid that I would have already turned into ashes. Since I've received this move, then Lord Demon Lord and I will be waiting for you at the Dark Guild. If you don't come in 3 months, then we can only come over to invite you." Finished speaking, Long Sha brought along Gui Sha and flashed away, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Seeing Long Sha and Gui Sha's figures flying away, Nya Li's eyes narrowed. If he continues to operate the 10,000 demonic beast array, he can still make Long Sha and Gui Sha stay. However, if he were to kill Long Sha and Gui Sha, Nya Li is worried that it would attract the attention of the Dark Guild's Demon Lord. Long Sha is already this powerful, so the Demon Lord will be even harder to deal with. Furthermore, there's a high possibility that the Demon Lord is a peerless expert that has reincarnated several times. His strength is probably above Yimo's. Once he knows that Long Sha and Gui Sha were killed, if he goes berserk, then Glory City will probably fall into an even greater crisis. Now that Long Sha has some fear of his strength and has set a time limit of 3 months, he'll just wait for 3 months. Although 3 months is a little short, it's enough for Nya Li's cultivation to increase by a few levels. Furthermore, at that time, Lord Mo should also be back. Long Sha mistakenly thought that Nya Li is an expert that has reincarnated several times. Therefore, he still has some fear of Nya Li. Since they set a time limit of 3 months, he definitely won't go back on his words. Nya Li's brows twitched as he inwardly thought, "Then let's wait for 3 months." Yi Zong, Yi Xiao, and the rest landed beside Nya Li. Yi Zong sighed. This Long Sha is at least a 3-star legend rank expert. Above him, there's still the Demon Lord, whose strength is unpredictable. If all of them were to attack Glory City, I'm afraid that it'll be hard for us to stop them. Yi Xiao and the rest still had lingering fear in their hearts. The attack that Nya Li launched earlier was already so powerful, but it still wasn't able to kill Long Sha. Long Sha's strength is simply too frightening. As for the mysterious Demon Lord, it's even more unimaginable. We are afraid of the Dark Guild, but they are also afraid of us. On our side, Lord Yizong and Lord Mo are both legend rank experts. If they were to fight to the death, their losses would be disastrous. Nya Li said, "Nya Li brat, are you really not a spiritual constellation reincarnated expert?" Yizong's gaze fell onto Nya Li. From the conversation between Nya Li and Long Sha, Yizong more or less understood some of it. A spiritual constellation reincarnated expert has to suffer the pain of the soul burning every day and night, suffering eternal torment. Who would want to use such a strange, evil technique? I'm just a little more intelligent than others, and have unlocked the legendary divine wisdom. Nya Li immediately found an excuse to explain. Divine wisdom? Yi Zong and the rest were a little at a loss. However, after thinking about it, Nya Li indeed doesn't seem to be a spiritual constellation reincarnated expert. After the spiritual constellation reincarnation, one will get closer and closer to the pinnacle of legend rank. As long as they can break through that stage, they will be able to step into a higher realm. I believe that the Demon Lord is already infinitely close to that realm. Nya Li's gaze was deep. This mysterious Demon Lord has given Nya Li a huge pressure. If he wants to protect Glory City, he has to defeat the Demon Lord. He has to quickly think of a way to increase his cultivation. Yi Zong, Yi Xiao, and the rest looked into the distance. The danger that Glory City is facing is far greater than what they imagined. Yi Zong finally understood why Yimo would have his brows furrowed every time he returned. Although Yi Zong has no idea where Yimo went, Yi Zong knows that Yimo is somewhere monitoring the Dark Guild's movements. Furthermore, he's exploring some secret realms, allowing Glory City to have more capital to confront the Dark Guild. The Sacred Family was annihilated and the Dark Guild was defeated. For Glory City, this can be considered as a good thing. Looking around after the battle, this place is already in a mess. The losses of the experts from the various families are very high. However, these matters will be handled by Yi Zong. With the deadline of 3 months, Nya Li's heart was filled with a sense of urgency. There will definitely be a battle between him and the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is in existence at the pinnacle of legend rank. At this moment, deep in the mountains thousands of miles away, Long Sha landed with Gui Sha, leaving a few footprints on the snow. Long Sha, how's your injury? Gui Sha asked. Long Sha possesses the body of a dragon. After exchanging a palm strike with the 10,000 demonic beast array, he still suffered heavy injuries. Recalling the powerful 10,000 demonic beast array, Gui Sha still had a lingering fear in his heart. I never thought that the 10,000 demonic beast array would be so powerful. It nearly shattered my soul realm. Long Sha said with a bitter smile, although I used up 3 legend rank treasures to preserve my life, the damage to my fleshly body is too severe. I reckon that I won't be able to recover from this injury within 2 years. It will also have a great impact on my future cultivation. Long Sha held onto his chest and coughed a few times. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was especially eye-catching on the pure white snow. It's that serious? Gui Sha said in surprise. Ever since I started cultivating, aside from the Demon Lord, there's rarely anyone that can injure me. I never thought that I would suffer such a setback today. I've underestimated the power of the 10,000 demonic beast array. Long Sha said, in my opinion, the 10,000 demonic beast array can at most kill ordinary legend rank experts. With my means and physical body, I should be able to deal with it. I never thought that it would injure my soul. The person controlling the 10,000 demonic beast array is extremely dangerous. We have to be careful in the future, Long Sha said with lingering fear in his heart. He felt fortunate to be able to escape. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. Gui Sha nodded his head. Recalling what happened earlier, he felt a chill down his spine. Even Long Sha almost died under the 10,000 demonic beast array. Being able to come back alive is simply a blessing. We'll return to the Dark Guild and inform all the subordinates in the Dark Guild. Within these 3 months, without my orders, no one is allowed to take a step out. We'll wait for the Demon Lord to come out before we make a decision, Long Sha said. He has developed a deep fear for Nya Li. Who knows, the other party, might also be a spiritual constellation reincarnated expert. Before the demon lord comes out of seclusion, if the other party finds any clues and chases after him, he'll definitely die. Furthermore, his current cultivation is less than a tenth of his original strength. He's afraid that even Yi Zhong won't be his opponent. The two of them rested for a moment, then hurriedly rushed towards the headquarters of the Dark Guild. The longer they stay outside, the more dangerous it will be. The city lord's mansion experienced a huge battle. The entire city lord's mansion was in ruins. When the residents of Glory City knew that the Sacred Family had betrayed Glory City and joined the Dark Guild, they all spurned the Sacred Family. Fortunately, the Sacred Family was annihilated and the Dark Guild was repelled. It's said that 2 experts of the Dark Guild suffered heavy injuries and escaped. Regarding this battle, the most discussed topic was Nieli, who used the 10,000 demonic beast array. To be able to repel the Dark Guild, Nia Li's contribution was the greatest. After experiencing the demon beast horde and the battle with the Dark Guild, Nia Li's prestige in Glory City is only inferior to Yi Mo and Yi Zhong. Many people believe that Nia Li is the next city lord that Yi Mo and Yi Zhong are grooming. Even if he's not the next city lord, he's at least the son-in-law of Yi Zhong. As for Yi Han, he has become a traitor that everyone in Glory City disdained. Although the demon lord's strength is like a haze that shrouds everyone's heart, they still firmly believe that when Lord Yi Mo returns, he will definitely have a way to deal with the demon lord. The future of Glory City is still bright. They will definitely not give up on any hope. Yi Zhong, Yi Xiao, and the rest are busy dealing with the aftermath. Xiao Ning, and the rest have also returned to their respective families. The first rays of the morning sun passed through the distant mountains and slowly shone onto Glory City. After a night of battle, this place has once again regained its peace. The collapsed ruins are being rebuilt and seem to be glowing with new life. Chapter 188. In Yi Ziyun's yard, Nieli was quietly sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Scenes flashed across his mind, including the things that happened with Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and the rest after he returned. Now that the Sacred Family has been destroyed, his first wish has been fulfilled. No matter what the future holds, at least it has been completely changed. After the Sacred Family, it's the Dark Guild. The mysterious Dark Guild that is hiding in the dark, and the Demon Lord that is constantly threatening Glory City. If he doesn't destroy the Dark Guild and kill the Demon Lord, Nieli will feel uneasy. However, with his normal cultivation speed, he won't be able to reach legend rank in a short period of time. Therefore, he can only use other methods. Nia Li's heart moved and had some ideas. However, this also means that he has to leave Glory City for a period of time. Aside from raising his cultivation, Nieli also wants to find out where the nest of the Dark Guild is. Nieli raised his head and looked at the sky. The soul puppet flew down from the sky and landed on Nieli's shoulder. Ancestral founder Yen, I'm preparing to leave Glory City and go out to train. I'll write a few letters and ask you to send them to my friends and parents. Nieli said after pondering a while. Nieli, where are you going? Ancestral founder Yi Yen asked. Do you want this ancestral founder to go with you? No need. Nieli shook his head and said, the place I'm going isn't far. Furthermore, I want to go to the underground world that you mentioned and track the location of the Dark Guild. Otherwise, the enemy will be in the light while I'm in the dark. I'll never be able to get rid of the Dark Guild. Hearing Nieli's words, ancestral founder Yi Yen was shocked and said, You're going to investigate the Dark Guild by yourself? Isn't that too dangerous? No, I have a way to protect myself. As long as Nieli didn't encounter the Demon Lord, Nieli should be able to protect himself. Nieli pondered. Is the temporal demon's spirit book still in the desert palace? He would have to rush back within 3 months. It was unlikely that he would be able to reach the desert palace in such a short time. However, other than the desert palace, There were other places where Nye Li had left his footprints and memories in his previous life. Wanting to step into the realm of legend rank in such a short amount of time is a little difficult. However, aside from him, no one can save Glory City. Therefore, he has to shoulder this responsibility. Therefore, only by going out to train could one reach the legendary rank as quickly as possible. Nye Li finished writing the letter and handed it over to Ancestral Founder Yi Yan. "Then be careful," Yi Yan reminded Nye Li, then grabbed the letter and flew up. Seeing Ancestral Founder Yi Yan flying further and further away, Nye Li took a glance at Yi Ziyun's room. In Yi Ziyun's room, Yi Ziyun was still sulking. It wasn't easy for her to reach gold rank. She thought that she had the ability to share her father's worries and help Nye Li. However, when the war came, Nye Li and her father locked her in a secret chamber. Although she knows that Nye Li and her father did it out of concern for her, she still felt a little wronged in her heart. At least for today, she doesn't want to see Nye Li anymore. Who asked Nye Li to lie to her? This is his punishment. Yi Ziyun pouted her lips, thinking a little indignantly. She sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate her soul force. Behind her, the figure of the Snow Empress gradually appeared, causing her body to be enveloped in a layer of faint white frost. The moonlight poured down on her body, making her look like a beautiful fairy. Nye Li stared at the silent night, sensing the soul force that was being emitted from Yi Ziyun's room. Nye Li knows that Yi Ziyun is also desperately training. He understands Yi Ziyun's feelings. Yi Ziyun also wants to become stronger and protect Glory City. The reason why he locked Yi Ziyun in the secret chamber is because Nye Li doesn't want Yi Ziyun to suffer any harm. After his rebirth, Nye Li isn't willing to lose her again. If Nye Li told Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, Daozit, and the rest that he's going out to train, they would definitely want to follow him. If there were more people, it would be dangerous instead. Nye Li should have quietly left. However, at this moment, in his heart, he was a little reluctant. Nye Li walked to the door of Yi Ziyun's room and hesitated for a moment. He wanted to knock on the door several times, but he hesitated again. Yi Ziyun, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, felt the aura outside the door. She opened her eyes. "The person outside the door should be Nye Li. I'm not going to open the door for you. Who asked you to lock me in the secret chamber today?" Yi Ziyun thought in her heart. It's already so late, yet Nye Li still wants to come in. Yi Ziyun's heart slightly trembled, her face blushed. Who knows what Nye Li will do? She's not going to open the door for Nye Li. Thinking about how she got into Nye Li's bed, Yi Ziyun wished that she could dig a hole and hide in it. Standing at the door of Yi Ziyun's room for a long time, Nye Li thought for a while. In the end, he didn't knock on Yi Ziyun's door. It's better not to say goodbye, in case he can't leave when the time comes. In order to have enough strength to fight against the Demon Lord and the Dark Guild, Nye Li has to raise his cultivation at the fastest speed possible. But to raise his cultivation, it's not enough to rely on closed-door training. He needs something to act as a catalyst. Yi Ziyun looked at Nye Li's figure on the door. Nye Li has been standing there for a long time. She hesitated. Should she open the door for Nye Li? Such a dangerous battle. And you actually locked me in the secret chamber. You want me to forgive you? It's not that easy. Yi Ziyun pouted, angrily thinking. Nye Li is too infuriating. She knows that her father, her clansmen, and even Nye Li are fighting for the survival of Glory City. But she's still locked in the secret chamber. One can imagine how she's feeling right now. She doesn't want to talk to Nye Li for the entire day. There were several times when Yi Ziyun wanted to stand up and open the door for Nye Li, but she endured it. I don't want to open the door for you, in case you bully me again. Yi Ziyun snorted. Under the moonlight, the girl's cheeks were dyed red, making her look even more charming. After hesitating for a long time, Nye Li placed the letter on the stairs, turned around, and left. He quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night. Seeing that Nye Li had left, Yi Ziyun panicked a little. She stomped her feet and said, "Idiot, who told you not to knock?" She walked to the door, and with a creak she opened the door. Looking around, she couldn't see Nya Li's figure. She only saw a letter lying on the ground. She suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. She bent down and picked up the letter. She opened the letter and read it. A line of tears flowed down from Yi Ziyun's beautiful face. So the reason why Nya Li came here was to bid farewell to her. Who knows what kind of danger he'll encounter when he goes to a distant world to train. She really wanted to tell Nya Li that she doesn't want him to leave. However, in the quiet night, where is Nya Li's figure? Yi Ziyun understood in her heart that the reason why Nya Li went to a distant world to train was because he views the safety of Glory City as his responsibility. However, doesn't Glory City still have her grandfather and father? However, Nya Li has already left. Yi Ziyun tightly held onto the letter. Her heart was slightly aching. If she knew that Nya Li came here to bid farewell, she wouldn't have purposely held back and not opened the door. Where would Nya Li go? Would he encounter danger? Winged Dragon, family Wen Xiaoning, received the letter. Nya Li was already nowhere to be seen. She placed the letter on her chest. She has too many words that she wanted to say to Nya Li. However, those words turned into longing and accompanied Nya Li as he left. "I will definitely wait for you to come back." Xiaoning stared into the distance. "Glory City doesn't only need you to protect it. We can do it too." The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. Her worries were deeply buried in her heart. Her expression was firm. Her desire to become stronger was getting more and more intense. St. Laurent College, that Nya Li kid is too ungrateful. He actually left just like that and didn't even bring us along. Lu Piao angrily clenched her fist. If Nya Li was here, she would definitely rush up and give Nya Li a beating. When he comes back, I will definitely beat him up. Even if we go to Nya Li, we will only be a burden, Daozit said, shaking his head. He understands why Nya Li did this. We have the same level of cultivation as him, Lu Piao unhappily said. Indeed, we have the same level of cultivation. However, what about strength? Daozit bitterly smiled and said, even if all of us join forces, we still won't be able to defeat him. Furthermore, he has the Shadow Devil demon spirit. Even if he faces danger, he can come and go as he pleases. We can only be a burden to him. Then what should we do next? Lu Piao bitterly smiled. Train hard, Daozit firmly said. At least when Nya Li comes back, we can still have the same level of cultivation as him. Every time Nya Li breaks through a level, the difficulty is 10 times harder than us. If our training speed still can't keep up, then we might as well kill ourselves. Duan Jian, what about you? Did Nya Li leave any letters for you? Lu Piao looked at Duan Jian and asked. Duan Jian has the strength of a black gold rank and a legend rank physique. Why didn't Nya Li bring Duan Jian along? Master said that the place he wants to go is a dead end for me. Therefore, he wants me to stay behind or train in the nearby areas of Glory City. Duan Jian said as he stared into the distance. He has no idea where Nya Li wants to go. Although Nya Li said so, Duan Jian has absolute confidence that Nya Li will be able to return safely. Hearing Duan Jian's words, everyone's face slightly changed. Duan Jian has a legend rank physique. Ordinary creatures can't kill Duan Jian. Even Duan Jian will die if he goes to that place. Where is Nya Li going? Everyone couldn't help feeling a little worried. However, thinking about it, since Nya Li said so, he should have absolute confidence to go. Nya Li never does things that he doesn't have confidence in. Before leaving, Nya Li passed a cultivation technique to Duan Jian. Duan Jian stared into the distance. While Nya Li is gone, he will definitely improve himself and become Nya Li's right-hand man. Chapter 189. City Lord's Mansion Yizong also received a letter from Nya Li. That brat Nya Li actually went out to train. Yizong lightly frowned his brows. The sacred family has just been cleared, and the Dark Guild has also been repelled. For the time being, Glory City is indeed safe. However, when Niali is around, Yizong can always feel at ease. After all, Niali has helped him share a lot of pressure. With Niali gone, he's really not used to it. That brat left so many things before he left. Yizong smiled and shook his head. Among the things that Niali left behind, there are a few things that can be used to protect Glory City. There's also a cultivation technique that's especially suitable for the snow, wind, great ape. It's all thanks to you. Yizong couldn't help thinking about it. In his heart, he has already decided to entrust Yin-Er to Niali. Deep within the Saint Ancestral Mountains, an endless forest, Niali was flying in the deep forest by himself, appearing to be an old horse that knows the way. He's very familiar with everything here. This is the route that they used to escape in his previous life. Relatively speaking, it's still considered safe. However, along the way, there would still be some terrifying demon beasts appearing. After merging with the Shadow Devil demon spirit, Niali's movement speed is very fast. If he encounters any danger, he would be able to dodge in time. In the dark forest, he has already reached a very far place. In his previous life, they thought that Glory City was the only place where humans survived. Because of the demon beast horde from the Age of Darkness, it was simply too terrifying. Wherever it went, not a single human would survive. However, in reality, there were still some people that used special methods to survive. In this dangerous world, they lived and multiplied, eventually forming some small tribes. The survival ability of humans is much more tenacious than they imagined. The place Niali was heading to was the first inhabited place they had passed during the Great Migration, the Heavenly Fate Plateau. The Heavenly Fate Plateau was located at the peak of a mountain range. The entire mountain peak looked like it had been shaved off by a sword, revealing a large plain. There was only a mountain road leading to the distant peak. There were thousands of people gathered there, forming a tribe. Due to the high terrain of the Heavenly Fate Plateau, there was only one path up and down the mountain. Even demonic beasts would find it difficult to reach there, so it was relatively safe. However, food was extremely scarce there, and thousands of people could barely survive. Below the Heavenly Fate Plateau was an extremely terrifying danger zone, the Black Spring. It was unknown where the Black Spring flowed from in the Saint Ancestral Mountains. It flowed all the way down into the bottomless abyss. The surroundings were filled with demon beasts, and most of them were existences of black gold rank and above. Legend has it that in that bottomless abyss, there is a group of extremely powerful legend rank demon beasts. If it wasn't for the natural moat obstructing them, the Heavenly Fate tribe on the Heavenly Fate Plateau would absolutely be unable to survive. When the morning sun shone down on the Heavenly Fate Plateau, Niali, who was wearing a short robe, appeared in the Heavenly Fate Plateau's market. The market was bustling and noisy, and there were people with tattered clothes coming and going. Compared to them, Niali's clothes were much cleaner and tidier. I wonder which noble family's young master that young master is. Why didn't I see him at the clan meeting? A few people in the market were discussing. The Heavenly Fate Plateau hasn't had any outsiders coming in for hundreds of years, so they didn't think too much about it. Niali stretched his waist and took a deep breath. The corner of his mouth revealed a carefree smile. Everything here is still the same as in his previous life. Niali walked forward with ease and stopped in front of a kanji shop. A father with long golden hair was currently busy in the kitchen, while a delicate and pretty girl was serving kanji to the customers. The business of Old Man Yun's kanji shop is still so good. Niali faintly smiled and thought. He sat down on one of the seats and shouted, "2 bowls of wood flour kanji!" A moment later, the delicate and pretty girl came over with a wooden tray. On top of the tray were 2 bowls of steaming hot kanji. This girl looked to be 15 or 16 years old. She was wearing cyan plain clothes. Although it had been mended many times, it didn't affect her beauty at all. Under her slender eyebrows, a pair of pure blue eyes flickered. Her tender and rosy little face was framed with a straight and elegant nose. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared on the corner of her mouth, giving people a sweet feeling. Her long golden hair naturally draped over her shoulders. Elder sister Yunling was also as beautiful as in his previous life. However, compared to the first time he saw her in his previous life, she was a little younger. In his previous life, when they migrated here, it was old man Yun and elder sister Yunling who took him and Yi Ziyun in. At that time, they took care of him and Yi Ziyun, and Nia Li could still remember it vividly. Although in the end, Nia Li and the others were forced to continue on their path, it wasn't old man Yun and elder sister Yunling's fault. He still remembered the scene of elder sister Yunling's tearful farewell when they left. After placing the 2 bowls of congee in front of Nieli, Yunling's gaze fell on Nieli. Her eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. She and her father met a lot of customers every day, and her memory was especially good. Yunling had seen almost everyone in the Heavenly Fate tribe, but she had never seen Nieli. Yunling's slender hand slightly trembled as she asked in astonishment, "Little brother, I've never seen you before. Are you from the Heavenly Fate tribe?" "No, I'm just a traveler that's passing by," Nia Li said with a smile. Hearing Nia Li's words, Yunling was so shocked that she covered her small mouth. For hundreds and thousands of years, there wasn't a single outsider that came to the Heavenly Fate tribe. They practically thought that there were no longer any humans in the outside world, but they never imagined that they would actually welcome an unfamiliar guest today. Yunling immediately sat down and sized up Nia Li as she asked in puzzlement, "Where are you from? Why are you here in our Heavenly Fate tribe?" "I wanted to enter the Saint Ancestral Mountains to gain experience, and came here by accident," Nia Li said with a faint smile. When he saw Yunling's curious eyes and asking questions, he couldn't help but recall his previous life. In his previous life, when he and Yi Ziyun came here, Yunling was also like a curious baby. "I heard that the outside world is filled with terrifying demonic beasts. Even a black obsidian rank expert would find it hard to even take a step forward. Could it be that you're a black obsidian rank expert?" Yunling asked in astonishment. Nia Li actually dared to enter the Saint Ancestral Mountains to gain experience. That means that his cultivation must be very strong. The black obsidian rank expert that Yunling was talking about was a black gold rank expert. Due to the lack of cultivation techniques in the entire Heavenly Fate tribe, the strongest expert was only a 1-star black gold rank. As for gold rank experts, there were only a few dozen of them. "I'm not a black obsidian rank expert. I only have some life-saving methods. Those powerful demonic beasts can't do anything to me. That's all," Nia Li said with a smile. Just at this moment, a few dissatisfied voices came from afar. "Why isn't our porridge here yet?" "It'll be here soon," Yunling hurriedly replied and said to Nia Li, "Where are you going to stay?" "There's an inn nearby. I'm going to stay there. However, I don't have the copper coins to trade with this tribe. Can I use something to trade with you?" Nia Li said after thinking a while. Hearing Nia Li's words, Yunling's eyes lit up. Since Nia Li came from the outside world, he must have brought some miraculous things that she had never seen before. "And okay, I'll go get the porridge first. Wait for me, I'll be right back." Yunling smiled as she said. "Okay." Nia Li nodded his head. Yunling went to get the porridge. As Nia Li ate the porridge, he looked around. On the street, aside from some merchants selling various items, there were also some hunters in groups of 3 to 5. These hunters were usually tall and sturdy, holding various weapons in their hands. The food in the Heavenly Fate Plateau was relatively scarce. Therefore, a group of people had no choice but to hunt demonic beasts and obtain the meat of demonic beasts to barely fill their stomachs. However, hunting demonic beasts was an extremely dangerous matter. Therefore, only those with stronger strength could become hunters. Aside from hunting demonic beasts, These hunters also accepted various jobs and were hired by others. They were a bit similar to mercenaries. Inside Old Yun's father's porridge store sat a group of hunters. There were a total of 6 of them. All of them had very tall and sturdy statures. The one leading them was a handsome youth wearing a white robe. Miss Yunling, I'm sorry. My subordinates were too impulsive. The young man smiled apologetically at Yunling. A tinge of adoration flashed across his eyes as he looked at Yunling. It's nothing. I'm sorry for making you wait. Yunling shook her head and said. She placed the porridge bowl after bowl down. There was even a bowl with a piece of meat. It was for the youth. Meat was very precious. Only a few people with status could afford to eat it. Although the nearby hunters were a bit envious, they only took a glance before lowering their heads to eat the porridge. Everyone, let's eat together. The youth took out a knife and cut the piece of meat into several portions, as he said with a smile. In the Heavenly Fate tribe, aside from the chief, there was also the Elders Association that was in charge of the various decisions of the tribe. There were a total of 5 elders in the Elders Association. Each of them controlled a power. Nia Li had a slight impression of the handsome youth in front of him. He seemed to be the son of an elder, and his reputation was pretty good. However, he couldn't remember his name. After Yunling served them the porridge, she immediately hurriedly walked towards Nieli. She was filled with curiosity towards this outsider, Nieli. She couldn't wait to know more about him. Oh, right. I still don't know your name. Yunling asked with a smile. 2 shallow dimples appeared on the corner of her mouth, making her look very cute. My name is Nieli. Nieli nodded his head and said with a smile. In his previous life, he had some understanding of Yunling. Yunling was a pretty good girl. Hello, Nieli. May I ask what you have to exchange with me? Yunling asked. She was naturally very interested in the things outside. Chapter 190. Nieli thought about it and said, How about these fabrics? Nieli took out a few bolts of fabric from his interspatial ring and placed them on the table. Yunling's eyes widened. Nieli actually has an interspatial ring. One must know that interspatial rings are extremely rare. It seems that in the entire Heavenly Fate tribe, only the chief has one. Her gaze was immediately attracted by the fabric on the table. She exclaimed in surprise as she picked up the fabric and caressed it. The fabric was soft and smooth, and it was covered with elegant patterns. When she caressed the fabric, Yunling couldn't shift her gaze away. Her tribe only had coarse sackcloth. How could they have such fine fabrics? How many copper coins are you going to sell these for? Yunling raised her head to look at Nieli as she asked with a blushing face. She was still a little fascinated by the texture of the fabric, which was why she lost her composure. 200 copper coins. Nieli said with a faint smile. Only 200 coppers? Even if these fabrics were exchanged for 5,000 copper coins, there would still be a lot of people lining up to buy them. Yunling said in astonishment. Yunling was the same as she was in her previous life. She treated people with sincerity, kindness, and innocence. Nieli said with a smile, 200 copper coins is enough for me to eat and stay for a few days. Consider these fabrics as a gift to Miss Yunling. I also want to ask Miss Yunling for a favor. What favor? Yunling asked in doubt. She was suddenly a little astonished. How do you know that I'm called Yunling? I heard it from the people in the market. Nieli said with a smile. Who here doesn't know Miss Yunling? Yunling could be considered to have a little bit of fame in this place. She was a famous beauty. Furthermore, she was diligent in her work. Every day, there would be so many people coming to propose marriage that the doorstep would break. Oh, Yunling nodded her head. Sister Yunling, do you know that there is a purple stone here? Furthermore, it's a rhombus-shaped stone. Nieli said with a faint smile as he gestured. Furthermore, it will emit a faint purple smoke under the sunlight and become very hot. Oh, you're talking about the purple smoke stone, right? We have a lot of these stones here. That stone is completely useless. and it has a little poison. Yunling said, "No one here wants this kind of thing." The violet smoke rock that Yunling is talking about is actually a violet caltrop rock. It's an extremely precious ore. After collecting it and processing it with a special method, it can help Niali cultivate his soul force, allowing him to reach 3-star gold rank in the shortest time possible. That's right, I want purple smoke stones. I want as many as you have. As for the price, we can use food to exchange. 10 purple smoke stones for a bag of rice. Niali said, for this journey, he had made ample preparations. Hearing Niali's words, Yunling was shocked. 10 purple smoke rocks could be exchanged for a bag of rice? Is this true? Yunling asked in surprise. Of course it's real. Niali nodded his head. The reason why he is using rice to exchange is because the land around the Heavenly Fate tribe is too barren. There's a lack of food. In his previous life, when Niali, Yiziun, and the rest came here, although they were treated unfairly, they also received help from many kind-hearted people. Exchanging rice can be considered as a form of repayment. I'll go get the purple smoke rocks right now, Yunling hastily said as she hurriedly went to collect the purple smoke rocks. Compared to these exquisite cloth, rice is more precious. A bag of rice could save one person from starving to death. The Heavenly Fate tribe is really lacking in food. Very quickly, Yunling brought over 20 purple smoke rocks and 200 copper coins. As promised, Niali also exchanged the food and cloth with Yunling. Can purple smoke rocks really be exchanged for food? After Yunling received the 2 bags of rice, she still felt as if she was in a dream. What they ate was wood flour scraped from a tree called Myeong tree. As for rice, it's an extremely precious thing that only a few nobles could afford to eat. A bag of rice can even be exchanged for a beautiful girl from a poor family. Yet, she only used 10 purple caltrop rocks to exchange for it. Niali, is this trade still valid? Yunling asked excitedly. Of course. Niali nodded his head. However, the amount of rice here is limited. 10 purple caltrop rocks can be exchanged for 5 caddies of meat. Although Niali deliberately brought a lot of interspatial rings filled with food and various other things before he came here, Yunling still couldn't accept it. All right, I'll immediately inform everyone. Yunling stood up in joy. Purple caltrop rocks can be exchanged for rice and meat. She already couldn't wait to inform everyone. If it was someone else, they would definitely keep this news a secret and silently make a fortune. However, Yunling didn't have such thoughts. What she wanted was for every household to exchange for a bit more food, so that every household's life would be a lot better. After Yunling left, the youth walked towards Niali and sat in front of Niali. Hello, my name is Xiaoyang. I heard that brother is willing to use a bag of rice or 5 caddies of meat to exchange for 10 purple smoke rocks. Xiaoyang looked at Niali and asked. After so many years, this was the first time he saw an outsider, so he was filled with curiosity towards Niali. That's right. Niali nodded his head. I wonder what use does this purple smoke rock have? Xiaoyang asked a little tentatively. Others were paying attention to whether or not they could exchange for a bit more rice or meat. But Xiaoyang noticed the use of the purple smoke rock. I'm afraid I can't tell you. Niali shook his head and said. Xiaoyang nodded his head and did not pursue further. If Niali is willing to use rice and meat to exchange for the purple smoke rock, then the purple smoke rock must have a great use. Therefore, it's reasonable for Niali to not say it. Originally, there wasn't a need to publicize the matter of purchasing the purple smoke rock. However, since Niali doesn't intend to stay in the Heavenly Fate Plateau for a long time, he will leave in a few days. Furthermore, the strongest person in the Heavenly Fate Plateau is only a 1-star black gold rank fighter. There isn't anyone that can threaten him. Therefore, Niali didn't mind it. If it's a 1-star black gold rank demon spiritualist, Niali might be a little afraid. However, if it's only a 1-star black gold rank fighter, then there's no need to care about it. Although Nye Li's cultivation is only a 1-star gold rank, his various methods are enough to give a black gold rank expert a headache. The number of black gold rank experts that died in Nye Li's hands is already quite a lot. After the news spreads, the efficiency of the exchange will also increase by a lot. Regarding the matter of the purple smoke rock being able to exchange for rice and meat, many people were skeptical. However, Yunling's words were still believed by many. They carried an attitude of giving it a try and brought some purple smoke rocks over. Many people only collected 1 or 2 pieces. After all, although there are a lot of purple smoke rocks, they can't be found everywhere. 1 piece of purple smoke rock for half a pound of meat, 10 pieces for a bag of rice. Very quickly, Nye Li started to get busy. After a few people with tattered clothes exchanged for rice and meat, they still felt as though they were dreaming. There was a feeling of unreality. Immediately after, they fell into a state of ecstasy. Purple smoke rocks can really be exchanged for meat and rice? Oh my God, it's actually true. Very quickly, the news spread as they exchanged for rice and meat. One after another, there were many people bringing purple smoke rocks over to exchange with Nye Li. The number of people going out into the wilderness to search for purple smoke rocks also increased. As they continued to collect purple smoke rocks, the amount quickly reached a few thousand. There were also more and more people outside who were willing to exchange for purple smoke rocks, almost blocking the porridge shop's entrance. Xiaoyang and the rest did not expect that Nye Li would actually take out so much food and meat. Furthermore, he did not have any intention of ending the exchange. Nye Li was really too rich. Just at this moment, a few shouts suddenly came from outside. Move aside, all of you move aside. A few burly men pushed the crowd aside and walked into the kanji shop. The leader was a bald young man. His upper body was bare, revealing his solid muscles. His face and body were covered with hideous scars, making him look very ferocious. It's him, he's the chief's son. Nye Li, you have to be careful. Yunling anxiously reminded Nye Li. Xiaoyang, who was sitting at the side, also frowned. He did not expect Xiao Kuang to actually come. Xiao Kuang was the chief's second son. His cultivation had reached 3-star yellow obsidian. Normally, he was arrogant and despotic in the tribe. He had fought and injured people many times. Xiaoyang looked at Nye Li. He did not know how Nye Li would settle this. If it really did not work, then he could only mediate. Oi, outsider. Xiao Kuang arrogantly stepped on the bench with a domineering look. Do you know what kind of place this is? If you do business here, you have to pay taxes. Pay taxes? What kind of taxes do I have to pay? Nye Li indifferently looked at Xiao Kuang. Transaction tax. You exchanged for so many purple smoke rocks. Bring back 500 bags of rice first. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Xiao Kuang coldly snorted. His body emitted a berserk killing intent. After years of fighting with demonic beasts, his body emitted a bloody killing intent. Xiao Kuang, you're too much. Yunling took a step forward and stared at Xiao Kuang. Xiao Kuang coldly snorted. Yunling, on account of your father, I don't want to make things difficult for you. You don't have to care about today's matter. Move to the side. Nye Li pushed Yunling to the side, smiled, and said, Young master, Xiao Kuang, I still have 500 bags of rice here. You can take it if you want, but it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Oi, outsider, you're pretty arrogant. Do you know what kind of place this is? Xiao Kuang fiercely stared at Nye Li. I know. The Heavenly Fate tribe. The strongest chief seems to only be a 1-star black gold rank. Nye Li lightly smiled. Under his intimidation, Nye Li did not show any signs of weakening. Xiao Kuang couldn't help muttering in his heart. Just who is Nye Li? After all, he's the chief's son. Although Xiao Kuang is usually a little arrogant, he's not a brainless person. He coldly laughed and said, Brat, where did you come from? Glory City, Nye Li calmly said, appearing indifferent. Glory City, what kind of place is that? Do you guys know? Xiao Kuang turned around and looked at his underlings. No idea. His underlings shook their heads. They haven't even left the Heavenly Fate plateau before. Chapter 191. What kind of place is Glory City? Xiao Kuang snorted. His face was filled with disdain, but in his heart he started to ponder. The other party might have a great background, which is why he's so fearless. Glory City is a city. We defended against the demon beast attacks and built a city in a valley within the Saint Ancestral Mountains. Although every 100 years we would be attacked by the demon beast horde, and Glory City was almost destroyed several times. For thousands of years, countless ancestors have sacrificed their lives, allowing this city to survive. Nieli proudly said, if it wasn't for the 100 million level demon beast horde in his previous life, Glory City would still be able to continue to multiply. Hearing Nieli's words, both Yunling and Xiaoyang revealed a look of admiration and yearning. Just what kind of great city is that? They relied on hiding in the plateau to barely escape the fate of being hunted by the demon beasts. Glory City, on the other hand, fought against the demon beast horde. How many people does your Glory City have? Xiao Kuang's heart slightly moved as he looked at Nieli and asked, fought against the demon beast horde? Even their Heavenly Fate tribe doesn't dare to fight against the demon beast horde. If Glory City is powerful and close to here, then if he offends Nieli, wouldn't that be? Our Glory City has a population of 1 million, with hundreds of thousands of experts. The ones with the lowest cultivation are cyan obsidian, white obsidian, and yellow obsidian rank. Among these experts, about 1% are demon spiritualists. There are also several hundred black obsidian rank experts. Furthermore, there are even 2 legend rank experts. Nieli calmly said, lightly glancing at Xiao Kuang and Bunch. Hearing Nieli's words, the surrounding people couldn't help going into an uproar. Hundreds of thousands of experts, countless black obsidian rank experts, and even 2 legend rank experts. Oh my God! Yunling and Bunch exclaimed. This is simply unimaginable. The surrounding people couldn't help trembling when they heard this. With such terrifying strength, any random group would be enough to completely crush the Heavenly Fate tribe. Even Xiao Kuang was frightened to the point that his face turned pale. He calmed himself down, raised his head, and unwillingly snorted. Hundreds of thousands of experts! You must be bragging! Bragging? Nieli looked at Xiao Kuang with disdain. You can come with me and see if I'm bragging or not. Nieli's right hand moved, and a blazing soul force radiance erupted from his hand. Demon spiritualist, gold obsidian rank? Seeing this scene, Xiao Kuang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How old is Nieli? At most, he's only 14 or 15 years old, and he's already a gold obsidian rank demon spiritualist. Then, it's not strange for Glory City to have such strength. Xiao Kuang gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Although he could do whatever he wanted in the Heavenly Fate tribe, if the other party came from such a huge city and had such a terrifying force behind him, then if he offended Nieli, it would bring a calamity to the entire Heavenly Fate tribe. Killed Nieli? What a joke. What if the other party came prepared? What if the experts of Glory City found this place? After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Kuang understood that it's best not to provoke the person in front of him. Xiao Kuang awkwardly retracted his leg that was stepping on the chair. He scratched his head and chuckled. The others were also shocked. So there's such a majestic city in the Saint Ancestral Mountains with hundreds of thousands of experts and even legend, rank, pinnacle existences. Many people couldn't help having expectations for Glory City. Their Heavenly Fate tribe is lacking in food, and there are often people starving to death. Such a city with countless experts must be very rich. Otherwise, why would Nieli take out so much rice and meat to exchange for purple smoke rocks? Aha, there might be a misunderstanding. Earlier, I thought someone was causing trouble. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Young master has exchanged so much food for us. We naturally welcome you to our Heavenly Fate tribe as a guest. In the Heavenly Fate tribe, if there's anything you need, you can come and find me. I, Xiao Kuang, will do my best to help young master. Xiao Kuang's face that was filled with scars actually revealed a flattering smile on his fierce face. Xiao Kuang's change in attitude was simply too fast. It made Xiao Yang, Yunling, and the rest couldn't help revealing looks of disdain. A two-faced villain with soft bones. Hearing that the other party had such a deep background, Xiao Kuang almost knelt down. Xiao Kuang didn't care about this. He would first take care of Nieli. He still wants to be the young patriarch. If the other party is enraged and exterminates his tribe, wouldn't he be left with nothing? As for his backbone, how much would those things be worth? May I ask how far is Glory City from here? Xiao Yang asked. He could feel that Nia Li isn't a person that's hard to communicate with. The reason why he said those words was just to beat Xiao Kuang. Hearing Xiao Yang's question, the surrounding people couldn't help going silent as they listened attentively. It would take me around 10 days to get here from Glory City. If you guys were to take the safest route, it would probably take you around 2 months. Nieli said. His heart moved. I can draw a map for you guys. If there's a chance, you guys can go and see if I'm lying or not. When you guys get there, you just have to report my name and say that I'm the one who asked you guys to come. The city, lord's mansions, guards will naturally settle you down. Although there aren't many experts in the Heavenly Fate tribe, they still have a black gold rank expert, as well as many gold and silver rank experts. If they were to move to Glory City, they would be able to increase the strength of Glory City. Furthermore, the reason why there aren't many experts in the Heavenly Fate tribe is because there aren't many cultivation techniques. Many of them are quite talented. If these people were to recultivate other cultivation techniques, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Furthermore, with so few people in the Heavenly Fate tribe, it's impossible for them to threaten the safety of Glory City. Glory City is actually so close to here. Furthermore, as long as they report Nia Li's name, the city lord's mansions, people will make arrangements. Could it be that Nia Li is someone from Glory City's city, lord's mansion? Then he can't be underestimated. Xiao Kuang gave a deep glance at Nia Li. Fortunately, he didn't offend Nia Li, and Nia Li didn't have any intention of pursuing the matter. After Nia Li finished speaking, the residents of the Heavenly Fate tribe couldn't help feeling a little moved. If there really is such a place, then that would be great. Nia Li took out a densely drawn map and said, "This is the map of Glory City's surroundings. I'll also draw a route from here to Glory City." Glory City's map? Everyone couldn't help looking at the table. That area with a radius of a few thousand miles is Glory City? Isn't this a little too vast? The entire Heavenly Fate Plateau isn't even a tenth of Glory City's size. Furthermore, there's a large amount of farmland near Glory City, making them envious. You have so many people in Glory City. Are you lacking in food? Someone asked. Nia Li lightly smiled, shook his head, and said, "The farmland in our Glory City is enough to feed a few million people. Most of our farmland is used to grow herbs. In the mountains near Glory City, there are tens of millions of fruit trees that can be harvested at will. Every year, the experts of Glory City hunt tens of millions of demon beasts. The excess meat that can't be eaten can only be left to rot." At this moment, even Xiao Kuang, who is the chief's son, couldn't help having endless expectations for the Glory City that Nia Li spoke of. Is Glory City really as rich as what Nia Li said? Even though he's the chief's son, Xiao Kuang can only personally hunt demon beasts for food. This is where the scars on his body came from. The Heavenly Fate tribe is really poor to the point that there's nothing left. There are often people starving to death. Nia Li drew a map, handed it over to Xiao Yang, and said, "I will only stay here for 2 to 3 days before leaving. I still have to head to the Saint Ancestral Mountains to train." Xiao Yang carefully received the map. Xiao Kuang, who was beside him, rubbed his hands together looking extremely excited. These youths have an endless yearning for a better life. There might be some who wish to go to Glory City, but the elders in the tribe probably won't agree to it. After all, those elders have been living in the Heavenly Fate Plateau for far too long. However, this isn't something that Nyali can control. Nyali has provided the map, so it's up to them whether they want to go or not. Nyali continued to use the purple smoke rock to exchange for food. There was a commotion in the crowd. Some of them were whispering to each other. The purple smoke rock is definitely a priceless treasure in Glory City. However, he only used a bag of rice to exchange with us. We want exchange for more rice and meat. Yeah, we want exchange for more. They all blocked the people who wanted to use the purple smoke rock to exchange with Nyali. We're about to starve to death. Are you guys still going to let us live? There were also some people who insisted on exchanging with Nyali. Feeling the restlessness of the crowd, Nyali lightly sighed. The purple caltrip stone is indeed a treasure. However, there are only a few people in this world who know how to use the purple caltrip stone. Furthermore, to Nyali, the purple caltrip stone is only useful when he's at gold rank. When he reaches a higher rank, the purple caltrip stone is completely useless. Although Nyali can use the purple smoke rock, it doesn't mean that others can. The poison of the purple smoke rock can only be neutralized with a special secret method. No matter what kind of treasure it is, if you don't know how to use it, it's just trash. The reason why Nyali used food and meat to exchange for the purple smoke rock with the people of the Heavenly Fate Plateau is because some of them helped the refugees from Glory City in his previous life. However, in his previous life, there were many people who wanted to chase them out of the Heavenly Fate Plateau. This caused Nyali and the rest to have no choice but to embark on an unknown journey. Nyali felt that he has already done his best. Since these people are so greedy, there's nothing he can do about it. After a long time, there was no one else exchanging for the purple smoke rock. He lightly smiled at the crowd and said, "Since everyone's purple smoke rock has been exchanged, then forget it. I already have enough purple smoke rock. Everyone can go back. I won't be buying any more in the future." Hearing Nyali's words, the crowd exploded. "Young master, I still have purple smoke rock. Help me exchange." "Young master, I have some too." Nyali looked around. These people were the greediest ones. Nyali shook his head and said, "I don't need it anymore." Chapter 192. Hearing Nyali's words, some of them had a ferocious expression on their faces. However, after looking at Xiao Kuang and Xiaoyang, they held back and did not make a move. They don't care what happens to the Heavenly Fate tribe. They only want more food, more wealth. Li's expression was calm as he said to Xiao Kuang and Xiaoyang, "The two of you, the things that I want have been purchased. I'll take my leave first." Li is not willing to stay here for too long. After all, his time is tight and he has to quickly train. After speaking, Nyali left. After Nyali left, this place fell into a long silence. "Xiaoyang, do you think what Nyali said is true?" Xiao Kuang said. Xiaoyang looked at Xiao Kuang with a little surprise. Xiao Kuang is usually arrogant and domineering. It's rare for him to lower himself and ask him. Xiaoyang lightly smiled and said, "Whether it's true or false, young master, Xiao Kuang should be able to tell. There's no need for others to lie to us. Our Heavenly Fate tribe is so poor. Even if this Nyali used a bag of rice to exchange for 100 purple smoke rocks, there would still be people giving him purple smoke rocks. However, he's willing to use a bag of rice to exchange for 10 purple smoke rocks. Is he stupid? That's obviously not the case. He just pitied the people of our tribe, so he helped us." Xiao Kuang lowered his head in thought and said, "Looks like that Glory City is really a fertile land. That should be true. However, young master Xiao Kuang, if we were to migrate, you would no longer be the young patriarch of a tribe. After all, when we reach that place, we will have to live under someone else's roof." Xiaoyang said. With Xiao Kuang's arrogant character, he probably wouldn't be able to adapt to someone else's territory. Xiao Kuang's brows twitched. "I, Xiao Kuang, am indeed a rotten person. I admit that I have done a lot of bullying. But do you think that I would be greedy for the young patriarch position? The Heavenly Fate tribe is so poor. There are people starving to death every day. If I can migrate the tribe to a fertile land, so what if I have to kneel and be someone's grandson? I will personally bring my men along this route to take a look at Glory City. If there's really such a place, then I will do whatever it takes to convince the old man to move. At least it's better than starving to death in this damned place. Hearing Xiao Kuang's words, Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment. For the first time, he actually felt a trace of admiration for this arrogant and despotic young clan leader. If you want to bring people to investigate the situation in Glory City, then bring me along, Xiao Yang proudly said. Although the journey will be dangerous, he will definitely not retreat. All right, it's a deal. It's a deal. At this moment, Nia Li had already headed towards the depths of the Heavenly Fate Plateau. The Heavenly Fate Plateau has a circumference of a few hundred miles and is surrounded by cliffs and precipitous cliffs. It is extremely dangerous, and the majority of the demon beasts are unable to come up. Therefore, the Heavenly Fate Plateau can barely survive. However, there are still some demon beasts roaming around in the Heavenly Fate Plateau. However, those demon beasts are not particularly strong. With Nia Li's current means of survival, there's no need to worry about it. Nia Li entered the depths of the Heavenly Fate Plateau, a place where the sunlight is the hottest. He stopped on a flat boulder and used hundreds of purple caltrop stones to lay down an array. Within the array, he carved mysterious inscription patterns and sat on top of the boulder to cultivate. The reason why Nia Li collected these purple caltrop stones is to raise his cultivation and charge into a higher realm. The blazing sunlight shone on the purple caltrop stones, reflecting a multicolored radiance. Afterwards, strands of purple smoke slowly rose up. Under the gathering of the array, it enveloped the surroundings of Nia Li's body. The purple smoke became thicker and thicker. Gradually, even Nia Li's figure became blurry. Nia Li took a deep breath. The purple smoke was suddenly sucked out and was swallowed by Nia Li. Nia Li began to refine it. The soul force within his soul realm continued to expand. The shadow devil and fang panda within his soul realm also greedily devoured the soul force, growing stronger and stronger. Although the temperature at the peak of the Heavenly Fate Plateau is extremely low, there's still more than 3/4 of the time that sunlight shines on. Nia Li has a lot of time to cultivate. Within this purple smoke, there's a strong poisonous gas. Nia Li felt countless strands of soul force constantly piercing his soul realm, causing the veins on his body to pop. This kind of pain, as if he's being pricked by countless needles, caused him to grimace in pain. However, Nia Li endured the pain and expanded his soul realm bit by bit, allowing his soul realm to have a larger capacity. Nia Li could feel that the vine within his soul realm that's connected to the Fang Panda and Shadow Devil is growing stronger and stronger. It's actually slowly growing a leaf at the side. He doesn't know how this vine was formed. Its whole body was formed by soul force, nourished by soul force. It's extremely magical. As time passed, Nia Li felt his entire soul realm exploding. Under the terrifying pain, strands of soul force drilled into his limbs and meridians, exploding all over his body. Nia Li could feel his strength constantly growing. Originally, Nia Li's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of 2-star gold rank. Under the catalysis of the purple caltrop stone, it finally began to undergo a qualitative transformation. All the muscles and bones in his body continuously emitted explosive sounds. His soul force has already stepped into 3-star gold rank. His physical body strength has also received a huge increase. Up until now, he's only used a few hundred purple caltrop stones. With so many purple caltrop stones, it's enough for Nia Li to continue charging into 4-star gold rank. The effect of these purple caltrop stones is quite obvious. Nia Li continued inhaling and exhaling the smoke from the purple caltrop stones, condensing and consolidating his cultivation. Just when Niali was concentrating on his cultivation, a group of people were walking towards him from a few miles away. The one leading the group is a burly man with disheveled hair. He's even more burly than Xiao Kuang. His upper body is naked, and he's holding 2 huge hammers in his hands. He's only wearing a pair of pants on his lower body. His entire body is filled with powerful muscles. Behind him are 7 people. These 7 people are of different heights, but they're all very agile. Boss Xiaolang, we're sure that the kid went this way. As long as he doesn't go down the mountain. He's definitely still on the Heavenly Fate Plateau. A skinny monkey, like Short Man, said from the side of the burly man. Although he's skinny, he's still very capable. Nonsense, do you think I don't know that? Xiao Lang scolded. Boss Xiao Lang is right. That skinny monkey hurriedly laughed. A few people at the side also chimed in. That kid has so many interspatial rings, there must be a lot of good stuff inside. Although he's only a yellow obsidian rank, with us 3 yellow obsidian rank and 5 white obsidian rank. Are we afraid that we can't take care of that kid? If we get rid of him and snatch his things, we won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives. That's right, that kid actually used a bag of food to exchange for 10 purple smoke rocks. Even if he used a bag of food to exchange for 100 or 1,000, there would still be a lot of people who would be willing to exchange. If he gave 5 bags of rice, I reckon that it would be enough to exchange for that beautiful daughter of old Fourth Wang. Boss Xiaolang is a 5-star yellow obsidian rank expert. Let's snatch his things and exchange it for a few beautiful women to play with. Haha. A few people let out savage laughter. Nia Li is currently wholeheartedly cultivating and is in a completely oblivious state. That vine is slowly nourishing and growing. Nia Li seems to feel that his soul perception has spread out of his body and is constantly expanding in all directions. The surrounding flowers, birds, and trees, even if it's just a flying insect, he can still feel it. The flowers, birds, and trees all have spirits. Nia Li can see the spirits within their bodies. After coming into contact with Nia Li's soul force, the spirits within the bodies of these flowers, birds, and trees couldn't help but jump in joy. At this moment, Nia Li finally understood that he has walked on a completely different path of cultivation compared to his previous life. If he were to continue walking on this path, he might be able to see a different world. Approximately a few minutes later, Nia Li seems to have sensed something and slowly opened his eyes. Nia Li knows that within this Heavenly Fate tribe, there will definitely be people who can't endure it and will make a move on him. The Heavenly Fate tribe is too poor, and there are many vicious people. They definitely won't just watch him leave. However, Nia Li has already made his preparations. 3 gold rank, 5 silver rank. When Nia Li used his soul perception to look at Xiaolang, who is leading the group, his eyes flashed with a chilling light. In his previous life, this Xiaolang was stained with a lot of blood. He had killed many people who escaped from Glory City. Previous life, this life, an eye for an eye. Nia Li already has no intention of letting this Xiaolang leave. Boss, that kid is over there. That skinny monkey-like man hastily said. With a glance, he discovered Nia Li's location. Surround him. The corner of Xiaolang's mouth revealed a sinister sneer, filled with endless killing intent. Whoosh! 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 The 8 of them each took a corner and surrounding Nia Li. After confirming that Nia Li can't escape, they stopped. Nia Li looked at the 8 of them and calmly stood up. Humph. Kid, hand over everything in your hands, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't even think of walking out of the Heavenly Fate Plateau. Xiaolang said with a cold smile as he held the 2 huge hammers in his hands. His voice was like a bell, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle and fall. As a 5-star gold rank expert, he can be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Heavenly Fate Plateau. Even the chief can't do anything to him. If you want me to hand over everything, then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Nia Li's tone was calm. Xiao Lang felt his eyelids twitching. Facing the encirclement of 8 people, Nieli is still so calm. His cultivation is definitely not ordinary. However, it's impossible for Xiao Lang to be scared away so easily. He's a person who lives on the edge of a blade. Every day, he challenges all kinds of demon beasts and is used to seeing life and death. Wealth comes from danger. How could he not understand this logic? Kid, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Take my hammer. Xiao Lang furiously jumped up and pounced down like a ferocious tiger. Chapter 193. A 5-star gold rank fighter. For a fighter, Xiao Lang's strength isn't bad. However, it's a pity that he's only a fighter. Nie Li furiously roared. His body rapidly expanded. He has already integrated with the fanged panda demon spirit. His sturdy body instantly surpassed Xiao Lang's. Oh my god, this kid integrated with a demon spirit! A few people outside exclaimed. Seeing this scene, Xiao Lang's heart madly jumped. However, it's already impossible for him to retract his huge hammer. In this heavenly fate tribe, there are very few demon spiritualists. There are only a few of them, and they have never come into contact with any combat skills in battle. In Nie Li's view, this group of people are no different from primitive people. Gravity field. Seeing Xiao Lang pouncing towards him, Nie Li suddenly executed a combat skill. The huge hammer that Xiao Lang was wielding suddenly became several times heavier. Originally, the weight of the huge hammer was already very terrifying. Now that it suddenly became several times heavier, Xiao Lang immediately felt the terrifying weight. Veins popped out on his face, and he could barely lift the hammer, preventing it from smashing into the ground. So this is a demon spiritualist's combat skill? It's indeed very powerful. However, he won't admit defeat so easily. Nie Li's strength is very powerful. On the contrary, it aroused Xiao Lang's blood. Veins popped out on Xiao Lang's entire body. He lifted the hammer and smashed it towards Nie Li. Seeing the huge hammer whistling towards him, Nie Li did not retreat. He waved his huge palm towards the hammer. Thunder strike! Boom! A frightening loud sound rang out as the fanged panda's huge palm heavily slammed onto Xiao Lang's iron hammer. Xiao Lang's iron hammer was sent flying for dozens of meters before crashing into the ground, creating a deep pit. Xiao Lang's right hand trembled. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn and blood flowed out. He never thought that the fanged panda would have such a terrifying strength. It actually surpassed a 5-star gold rank fighter like him. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. They never thought that Nie Li would be so powerful at such a young age. One must know that Xiao Lang is already the 3rd strongest expert in their tribe. Adding on his valiance and extraordinary strength, even the patriarch has to give way to him. However, they never thought that in just one move, the hammer in his hand would be smashed away by Nie Li. Everyone looked at each other and simultaneously leapt up, pouncing towards Nie Li. Nie Li looked at his surroundings. Although he's surrounded by so many people, he did not panic in the slightest. After reaching 3-star gold rank, he wanted to find someone to test his strength on. Although the fanged panda is fat and looks simple, his movements are not slow. Sensing the incoming palm energy, Nie Li tilted his body and slightly retreated, dodging the attack and casually threw a palm out. Bang! A figure was sent flying backward. Don't fight him head-on. Attack his lower body and knock him down together. Xiao Lang furiously barked, swinging the remaining hammer towards Nie Li. Facing him head-on, Nie Li's strength is too frightening. Therefore, Xiao Lang thought of his usual method of hunting demonic beasts. Just when the skinny monkey pounced towards Nie Li's lower body, Nie Li suddenly bent his knee and kneed the skinny monkey's face. With a bang, the skinny monkey's nose started to bleed and he was sent flying. Nie Li's movements are very agile. Using both his fists and legs, he managed to send 7 people flying in just a few moves. Go to hell! Xiao Lang took advantage of the time when Nie Li was attacking the others and leapt up. Waving his hammer, he ruthlessly smashed it towards Niali. Looking at Xiao Lang's ferocious expression, Nia Li's eyes flashed with a cold light. This Xiao Lang usually commits all sorts of crimes. Now he wants to kill me and rob me. Even death cannot wipe out his crimes. Nia Li let out a roar and spat out a yin-yang blast. 2 balls of light, one black and one white, flew towards Xiao Lang. Seeing the black and white light balls flying towards him, Xiao Lang was dumbfounded. They were so close to him and he was flying in the air. He didn't have enough time to dodge them. Moreover, the giant hammer in his left hand made it extremely difficult for him to move. Boom! The yin-yang blast exploded in front of Xiao Lang's chest, and the terrifying impact sent Xiao Lang flying. He continuously spun in a spiral and flew dozens of meters away. With a bang, he smashed into a large tree and slowly fell to the ground. Bang! The remaining hammer flew 5 to 6 meters away and landed on the ground, creating a deep pit. Seeing the scene, the remaining 7 people were dumbfounded. The explosion earlier was too terrifying. Although they were 7 to 8 meters away, they could still feel the terrifying impact. Just what kind of combat skill is that? It's too terrifying. Their boss Xiao Lang is a 5-star gold rank fighter. Furthermore, he was born with divine strength. In the end, in the first exchange, the hammer was sent flying. In the second exchange, he was sent flying. Furthermore, the power of the explosion was too terrifying. If he were to take this attack, boss Xiao Lang wouldn't be able to survive. With such little ability, you dare to pretend to be a bandit and rob others? Nia Li shrugged his shoulders. In his view, although Xiao Lang is a 5-star gold rank fighter, he's no different from a caveman. Nia Li did not use his full strength. Dealing with a 5-star gold rank expert in 2 exchanges. Is this the terrifying part of a demon spiritualist? The remaining 7 people felt their legs going soft from fear. Only now did they realize that they've provoked someone that they shouldn't have. The 7 of them wanted to turn around and escape. Although they suffered some injuries from fighting with Niali, at this moment, how could they not escape? How could they care about the injuries on their bodies? Suddenly, they felt their bodies becoming several times heavier. A wave of killing intent spread to their bodies, scaring them out of their wits. If you guys want to run, you can try. Let's see how many of you will die. Nia Li's calm voice sounded as though it had come from the depths of hell. The 7 of them immediately turned around and knelt down in front of Niali. Hero, spare our lives! Lord Demon Spiritualist, spare our lives. We didn't mean to provoke, Lord. It's all Xiao Lang's fault. Xiao Lang was the one who ordered us to do this. We didn't want to do this. He was the one who forced us. That's why we had no choice but to do this. The 7 of them immediately started crying. Snot and tears flowed down their faces, looking as miserable as you can imagine. If Xiao Lang was still alive, they definitely wouldn't dare to say such words. But now that Xiao Lang is dead, of course they would pour the dirty water on Xiao Lang. Nia Li coldly snorted. It'll be weird if he believes in the nonsense of these people. However, these 7 people are still useful to him. Since the 7 of them have done many evil deeds, their death isn't to be regretted. Nia Li said, get up. Today I'll spare your lives. However, you guys have to follow me to a place. Hearing Nia Li's words, the 7 of them immediately kowtowed and thanked him. Thank you, hero. Thank you, Lord Demon Spiritualist. I wonder where Lord wants us to go. Nia Li lightly glanced at them, coldly sneered and said, Black Spring. Hearing Nia Li's words, the 7 of them were scared to the point that their faces turned pale. They never thought that Nia Li would want to go to such a dangerous place. Lord, we absolutely cannot go to that place. That place is too dangerous. Going there will only lead to death. Nia Li calmly said, this is my decision. You guys don't have a choice. I'm not going. I'm not going to that place. The skinny monkey-like guy went crazy and ran outside. Nia Li coldly snorted. He casted the gravity field, causing the skinny, monkey-like guy's speed to stagnate. He quickly arrived beside the skinny, monkey-like guy, furiously roared, and threw out a thunderstrike. The skinny, monkey-like guy was sent flying dozens of meters, heavily fell on the ground, and laid there motionless. "What about you guys?" Nya Li coldly swept his gaze at the remaining 6 people. The 6 of them felt Nya Li's terrifying killing intent, and their bodies trembled. Nya Li's meaning is very clear. If they don't go to the Black Spring, only death awaits them. If they go to the Black Spring, they'll die later. If they don't go, they'll die now. Although the thought of the Black Spring made them break out in cold sweat, right now they have no other choice. "Lord, let's go," the 6 of them cried. Their intestines were green from regret. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have come to kill and rob. In the end, they went for wool and came home shorn. They still have to go to the Black Spring. This time, they're dead for sure. The 6 of them led the way, while Nya Li walked behind them. When they reached a fork in the road, the 6 of them turned to the left. "Go to the right. You guys are leading the wrong way. If you want to die, just say it." Nya Li's cold voice came from behind. A wave of killing intent shrouded them. "We were wrong. Please forgive us, Lord." The 6 of them quickly turned back. How did Nya Li know the way to the Black Spring? One of them said with a tearful face, "Since Lord knows where the Black Spring is, why do you still want us to lead the way? I asked you guys to lead the way. Just lead the way. Why are you asking so many questions?" Nya Li coldly snorted. Towards these people, Nya Li will naturally not be polite. The 6 of them felt their legs go soft. In their eyes, Nya Li is like a death god from hell, causing them to tremble in fear. The group of people walked far away and entered the deep forest. After a long time, a group of people came to the place where Nya Li fought with Xiaolang and the rest. The leader is an old man with white hair and beard, but his body is robust and his spirit is hale and hearty. Xiao Kuang and a few other people are following behind this old man. Everyone stopped and observed their surroundings. On the ground, there are only 2 corpses and some traces of a fight. Seeing this scene, the old man frowned for a moment. There seems to be a fight here. Xiao Kuang walked to the front of one of the corpses and said in shock, "Father, it's Xiaolang." Xiaolang is a tyrant of the Heavenly Fate tribe. His strength has already reached the 5-star Yellow Obsidian Realm. Even Xiao Kuang's father, Xiao Wu, is helpless against him. Xiaolang is a person with innate divine strength. He is very valiant and has done many things such as killing and robbing people. He is simply notorious. However, no one expected that Xiaolang would actually be killed. After observing the surrounding situation, Xiao Wu's eyes revealed deep shock and said, "Xiaolang's footsteps are relatively heavy. From here to here, he was in a state of accumulating power to attack. Then he charged over here. There are no footprints of the opponent here, so the opponent should be standing on this rock. After reaching here, Xiaolang's footprints suddenly became much heavier. He should have burst out with his strength to the limit. However, there are no more footprints behind, so it can be seen that he had already leaped up. Although there are footprints in other places, there are no signs of a fight. It can be seen that Xiaolang was defeated in 1 or 2 moves." Chapter 194. Xiao Kuang cried out, "How is this possible? Who can defeat Xiaolang in 1 move? I'm afraid that even father can't do it, right?" "I'm indeed unable to do it." Xiao Wu bitterly smiled, shaking his head, and said, looking at Xiaolang's injuries, he shouldn't have been injured by a fist or leg, but by some kind of demon spirit combat skill. The strength of this demon spirit combat skill is simply unimaginable. It sent Xiaolang flying dozens of meters away. Demon spirit combat skill? Sent dozens of meters away? Xiao Kuang was once again shocked. "Correct." Xiao Wu nodded his head. Such a powerful demon spiritualist really makes people feel uneasy. The might of the demon spirit combat skill that killed Xiaolang is extremely overbearing. If such a person were to take action against the Heavenly Fate Plateau, the entire Heavenly Fate Plateau would probably be annihilated by him alone. Father, could the person that killed Xiao Lang be that youth? But he's so young. Xiao Kuang suddenly thought of something and asked in shock. However, how is that possible? The opponent is only a 13-14-year-old youth. To be able to defeat Xiao Lang, that means that he has the strength of a black gold rank fighter. In ancient times, geniuses came forth in large numbers. A 13-14-year-old black gold rank expert isn't a rare thing. When our Heavenly Fate Plateau was escaping, there wasn't any demon spirit cultivation technique passed down. However, Glory City has so many experts. There should be a complete cultivation technique passed down. Xiao Wu said, since that youth said that he's from Glory City, Lord's Mansion. Even if that youth hasn't reached black gold rank, he probably has a black gold rank expert following him. In the future, we have to be very polite and careful when dealing with him. Yes, Xiao Kuang respectfully said. Luckily, he was quick-witted and didn't offend Nieli. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Xiao Wu continued to observe for a while and said, there are 7 people heading in that direction. 6 of them have heavy footsteps. They might be Xiao Lang's underlings. The last one has light footsteps. It should be the youth. They followed them all the way until they reached the fork. Father, they're heading in that direction. Could it be that they're going to the Black Spring? Xiao Kuang said in shock. Once you enter the Black Spring, you'll definitely die. Even a black gold rank demon spiritualist would find it hard to come out. Xiao Wu also sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't dare to continue forward because their ancestors had instructed them not to approach within 100 meters of the Black Spring. Throughout history, there were many people who did not believe in heresy, but after entering, no one ever came out. Xiao Lang's subordinates definitely wouldn't dare to enter the Black Spring. I reckon that it was that youngster who forced them to enter. What does that youngster want to do in the Black Spring? Xiao Wu frowned and looked at the dark forest in the distance. He had no idea how long Nieli and the others had been in there. Father, what do we do next? Xiao Kuang asked. Take some people and stand guard here. Do not step into the forest in front of us. Wait for at least 2 or 3 days. If that youth comes out, immediately invite him to our place as a guest. If he doesn't come out after 2 or 3 days, then you guys can come back. Xiao Wu stared at the gloomy forest in front of him and said in a deep voice, Yes. Xiao Kuang nodded. In the dark and deep forest, this place was filled with a faint black fog. A group of people were walking in the forest. There were no traces of anyone coming here. Weeds grew everywhere. Not even demon beasts could be seen. The ground was littered with the bones of demon beasts and humans. The 6 people in front were trembling with fear as they stepped on the bones of demon beasts. The sound of the demon beasts' bones breaking made their hearts tremble. Gradually his vision blurred, and he staggered, about to faint. Nieli followed behind them. With a move of his right hand, 6 elixirs flew into their mouths. With a gurong sound, they swallowed the elixirs. Nieli also swallowed an elixir himself. This forest was very dense and deep. There were many black oil trees growing inside, which would produce a large amount of poisonous gas. With the accumulation of time, the poisonous gas would accumulate more and more. Once demon beasts entered, they would slowly be poisoned, lose consciousness, and finally die. Then the demon beasts' corpses would rot and form all kinds of miasma. After swallowing Nieli's elixirs, the 6 people immediately sobered up. They somewhat understood that they almost died like the demon beasts on the ground. Fortunately, Nieli's elixirs were still very effective. After passing through layers of dense forest, they gradually arrived at a muddy swamp area. There's no road ahead. In front of us is a muddy swamp. This kind of swamp can be found in other places in the Heavenly Fate Plateau. Once you step in, your entire body will sink into it. It doesn't matter how high your cultivation is, because this swamp is extremely poisonous. Once your skin comes into contact with it, it will fester. Oh, the 6 people looked at Nya Li one after another. They couldn't wait for Nya Li to say that they wouldn't go forward and immediately go back. You guys chop down some trees here. Chop them into wooden planks and lay them on the swamp, Nya Li calmly said. Hearing Nya Li's words, the 6 people opened their mouths, but no words came out. In the other swamps of the Heavenly Fate Plateau, they would indeed use this method. They thought that if they didn't say it, Nya Li wouldn't be able to think of a solution. They never imagined that Nya Li would immediately give them a solution. The 6 of them felt bitter in their hearts. What kind of monster did they encounter? At the age of 13 to 14, he already has the cultivation of a black gold rank expert. Furthermore, he's quick-witted and terrifyingly scheming. They couldn't figure out what was going on in Nya Li's mind. Help me do 2 more things, then you guys can leave. The first is to use wooden planks to lay the path. The other is to find some vines nearby and make a rope that's a few thousand meters long. It has to be sturdy. If you guys can't do it well, then you guys can stay here forever. Furthermore, don't think about playing any tricks. The elixirs I'll give you guys can only alleviate the poison in your body for half an hour. Even if you guys leave, the poison in your body will still act up. Only by taking the real antidote from me can you completely detoxify the poison, Nya Li calmly said. Young master, if we help you do these, can we really leave? One of them asked with hope. They thought that they were dead for sure. They never thought that Nya Li would give them a way out. The other 5 people also looked at Nya Li. They thought that they would definitely die in this trip to the Black Spring. If Nya Li let them go, they could still return alive. I'm a man of my word. As long as you guys do these things for me, I can let you guys go. Since the main culprit is dead, the 6 of you must turn over a new leaf in the future. Otherwise, I won't let you guys off. Nya Li coldly snorted. We will turn over a new leaf. Thank you, young master, for not killing us. We will definitely complete the task that young master has given us. The 6 of them hurriedly kowtowed and expressed their gratitude. When they returned this time, how would they dare to do anything bad again? On one hand, their backer, Xiaolang, was dead. On the other hand, today's matter would be a shadow that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. If they could return alive, it would be a blessing from the heavens. Hurry up and do it, Nya Li said. He found a place to sit down and cultivate his soul force. The 6 of them started to get busy. Some chopped down trees, some looked for vines. Although they appeared to be very weak in front of Nya Li, they were still silver and gold rank warriors after all. Hence, they were still very fast when it came to doing things. After close to half an hour, the 6 of them started to feel a little dizzy. Nya Li continued to give them elixirs. Only then did they feel better. Sure enough, the poison would relapse in half an hour. All of them became well-behaved and did not dare to have any thoughts of escaping. After 10 hours, they slowly spread the wooden planks across the swamp, forming a long and narrow path that led all the way to the end of the swamp. The 6 of them worked from night to dawn. Only then did they finish their work. After they finished the long rope made by the vines, they gave it to Nya Li. This is an antidote elixir. You guys can go. Nya Li gave each of them an elixir and said, Thank you, young master, for not killing us. We will definitely be good people in the future. The 6 of them kowtowed a few times and quickly left after receiving the elixirs. They did not want to stay in the Black Spring, where danger lurked everywhere. The Black Spring was an extremely mysterious place. In his previous life, Nya Li accidentally entered this place. Fortunately, he did not die here. Instead, he discovered some remnant ruins. However, because of his limited knowledge in his previous life, he did not gain anything here and returned without accomplishing anything. It was not until later that Nya Li knew that the remnant ruins in the Black Spring were extraordinary. Those ruins were definitely laid down by some top experts. Following the wooden plank path, Nieli flew all the way. After passing through a large swamp, at the end of the path was a protruding boulder. Below it was a bottomless abyss. From afar, he could see that on the cliff below there was a black spring water gushing down, forming a magnificent waterfall. On the side of the cliff, there was a raised platform that seemed to be man-made. At the bottom of the bottomless abyss, there was a bottomless pool of water. From time to time, there was a terrifying aura coming out from the pool. Faint roars of demonic beasts could be heard, causing people to feel suffocated. If someone were to fall into this pool of water, they would definitely die without a corpse left. Although he did not know what was hidden in the pool, he was sure that there was an extremely terrifying demonic beast hidden in it. Nieli tied one end of the vine rope to a sturdy tree and threw the other end down the cliff. Following the vine rope, it slowly and steadily moved down, slowly landing on a platform. This platform had a circumference of 5 to 6 meters. Whether it was the soles of his feet or the stone walls, they were all engraved with all kinds of strange inscription patterns. In his previous life, when Nieli arrived here, he immediately thought of a way to escape and climbed back from the stone wall. However, he did not carefully study these inscription patterns. It was only after he entered the temporal demon spirit book that Nieli had a deep understanding of these inscription patterns. These inscription patterns were extremely profound. Even a legend rank expert might not be able to lay them out. Chapter 195. Ceiling type inscription patterns. There are also 3 lightning type inscription patterns and 6 sacred fire type inscription patterns. Once triggered, it will be disastrous. I have to first decipher these attack type inscription patterns, then open the ceiling type inscription patterns. Nieli thought to himself and began to get busy. These inscription patterns are so complicated that even Nieli has trouble deciphering them. I wonder who set these things up. Their cultivation must be at least above legend rank. These inscription patterns should be placed to hide something. Nieli guessed. If an expert of that level is really hiding something here, then whatever it is, it would be very useful to the current Nieli. For the current Nieli, any item he takes out would be very useful. Nieli continued to deduce these inscription patterns over and over again, and slowly began to decipher them. Each step he took was very careful, because these inscription patterns are very dangerous. If accidentally triggered, even a legend rank expert would be killed. Deducing these inscription patterns is a very complicated process. Legend rank inscriptionists are even rarer than legend rank experts. Before the Age of Darkness, inscriptionists were a very respected profession, and the person who placed these inscription patterns is above legend rank. Nieli can't help but be a little excited. What kind of treasure is hidden inside this cliff? One inscription pattern after another was deciphered by Nieli. He first removed the attack type inscription patterns, then the remaining 3 ceiling type inscription patterns. These 3 ceiling type inscription patterns are much more complicated than the attack type inscription patterns. I never thought that in this world there would also be human experts who have reached the heavens' mandate realm. Nieli thought to himself. He originally thought that in this world, only that demon beast has reached the heavens' mandate realm. He never thought that among the human experts, there would also be human experts who have reached the heavens' mandate realm. After about 6 hours, Nieli finally finished deciphering the remaining 3 ceiling type inscription patterns. When he finished deciphering them, he saw the cliff slightly tremble. A stone door slowly opened on the cliff. Looking inside the stone door, there is a deep cave. The inside of the cave was wet. Drops of water dripped down from time to time, and then converged on the ground to form a beautiful stream that kept flowing. It was a deep and dark cave, and no one knew where it led to. It's just as I thought. There's definitely something hidden here. It should be where they hid their treasures. Nieli thought to himself. The skilled were bold. Nieli observed for a moment. After confirming that there was no danger, he walked inside. Ding dong, ding dong. The The water droplets fell from the top of the cave, making a crisp sound. The sound traveled far in the quiet cave. Li was especially careful with every step he took. The surrounding rock walls were filled with all sorts of offensive inscription patterns. Once triggered, it would be fatal. If it wasn't for Li's ability to deduce these inscription patterns, even if a legend rank expert like Yizong came over, there would only be a dead end. Just these inscription patterns alone took a lot of effort. Just what kind of amazing thing is hidden in this cave? Li couldn't help but look forward to it. A dazzling light came from the corner of the cave. Li took a few steps forward. The light shone in, and his field of vision expanded infinitely. This is a huge cave. On top of it, there are many purple caltrop stones the size of millstones. He doesn't know why, but even without sunlight, these purple caltrop stones still emitted a faint purple light, illuminating the cave. And in the center of the cave, there is a huge pool. Black spring water kept coming out, but the pool water didn't fill up. It's unknown where it flowed to. Li looked around, and seeing that there were no traps around, he calmly walked inside. Around the black spring, there is also a mysterious inscription pattern array, supporting a huge barrier. Could it be that those things are inside the black spring? Li thought to himself. He has to first break the barrier, then analyze whether the water in the black spring is poisonous or not, and then make a decision. Looking around, there doesn't seem to be any other exit. Suddenly, Li discovered that on the other side of the black spring, there seems to be something piled up under the rock wall. Li's heart moved, and he slowly climbed along the rocks at the edge of the black spring and finally landed on a flat rock. After looking around and making sure that there is no danger, Li's gaze fell on the pile of things. There were 6 skeletons scattered around. Their bodies had already rotted away, leaving behind only some broken bone dregs. Moreover, these bone dregs were almost completely eroded by the wind. But even so, Li still felt a surge of energy. This energy is a bit similar to soul force, but it seems to be a level higher than soul force. Li looked down, and other than these corpses, there are also many things scattered here, all kinds of armors and weapons. Although they are covered in a thick layer of dust, looking at the inscription patterns on them, they seem to be legend rank items. There are dozens of them, all left behind by the dead. These armors and weapons are already very damaged, but after going back as long as they deal with it, many of them should still be usable. Legend rank armors and weapons, Li glanced at these corpses, not knowing who these people were when they were alive. Although it seems a bit unlucky to take the things of the dead, these good things must not be wasted. Li collected these weapons and armors and placed them in his interspatial ring. After searching for a while, he found that these people all have interspatial rings on their fingers. Li took all these interspatial rings off and searched them. These interspatial rings actually have a huge space with a radius of several hundred meters. As expected of a legend rank expert, the interspatial rings used by them are also good stuff. Li took one of the interspatial rings and put it on his hand. Although the time inside the interspatial ring is very slow, the food, elixirs, and other things inside have already completely rotted and disappeared. In addition to food and elixirs, Li also found a rotten demon crystal. Things like demon crystals need at least a few hundred years to rot to such an astonishing degree. If it is placed in the interspatial ring, it might take tens of thousands of years. Could it be that these guys are people from tens of thousands of years ago? Li was secretly shocked. In addition to the rotten demon crystal, Li also found a lot of good things. There is actually a set of wind spirit battle armor that is suitable for him to use. This wind spirit battle armor is as thin as a cicada's wing, very soft, and can be big or small. After wearing it, even a legend rank expert would not be able to easily break it. Even a peak legend rank expert's palm energy would be weakened by more than 90% after passing through the wind spirit battle armor. Moreover, This thing can be worn under the clothes without being noticed by others. This is a good thing. This trip to this place, just this wind spirit battle armor alone, is very worth it. Although it has been a long time, this wind spirit battle armor in the interspatial ring is not damaged at all and can be worn directly. Nia Li took off his outer clothes and wore the wind spirit battle armor inside. After putting on his outer clothes again, he didn't feel bloated at all. Nia Li lightly smiled. This wind spirit battle armor gives him more capital to protect his life. After searching the surroundings, he didn't find anything else. Nia Li walked to the side of the black spring. The barrier around the black spring is still very difficult to break. However, for Nia Li, it's not completely impossible. Through the barrier, Nia Li vaguely felt that there seems to be some kind of majestic energy contained inside. If he absorbs this kind of energy and uses it for cultivation, he might be able to break through to black gold rank in one go. Nia Li's heart slightly moved. He urgently began to search for the flaws of the inscription pattern array around the black spring. This inscription pattern array should have been set up by those people who died. This barrier can ensure that only a small amount of the energy inside escapes. Just what are these people trying to hide? Nia Li thought inwardly. He sat down and began to calculate the method to break it. No matter what they are trying to hide, just this inscription pattern array alone is definitely not enough to stop him. Just when Nia Li sat down and was about to break the inscription pattern array, a faint figure slowly appeared in the sky above the pool. It's a peerless beauty. She looks to be around 25 or 26 years old, wearing a black veil. Her slender eyebrows and clear eyes gave off an indescribable feeling of holiness. Under the veil, the curves of her figure were exquisite. However, Nia Li didn't have any profane thoughts. He only quietly admired the beauty and pondered. He didn't know who this beauty was to leave a trace of her soul remembrance here. This beauty's strength probably surpassed legend rank. He never thought that such an expert actually existed in the divine continent. Nia Li was a little curious about this woman. In his previous life, when he left the divine continent, he thought that only that demon beast had reached the heavenly fate realm. He didn't know what happened to this woman when she was alive, but she was only left with a trace of her soul. However, logically speaking, an expert of that level, even if it's only a trace of her soul, should still have her own consciousness. Just when Nia Li was staring at the beauty in the sky and pondering, the beauty suddenly opened her eyes. The sky above the black spring suddenly changed, turning into an endless starry sky. Her eyes were deep and moving, revealing a faint light, as if she could see through everything. Her body was faintly burning with a trace of flames, making her cheeks look like the morning glow. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be mesmerized by her beauty. However, Nia Li's eyes were still calm. After experiencing the long years in his previous life, other than Yixiun, there were very few people that could make his heart palpitate. What Nia Li was paying attention to was the blazing energy emitted from his opponent's body. This energy was a level higher than soul force. I have waited for tens of thousands of years. I never thought that someone would finally arrive here. Young man, what's your name? Her voice was ethereal and fluctuating. My name is Nia Li calmly replied. I wonder who senior is? She faintly smiled and said, My name is Plume Flame, the spiritual god of fire. Chapter 196. Fire Spiritual God? Nia Li thought of the snow wind spiritual god that Yi Xiu summoned in the city, Lord's mansion. At that time, Nia Li was also curious about the snow wind spiritual god. Although the snow wind spiritual god was only a strand of will, its strength was extremely shocking, reaching the pinnacle of legend rank. Nia Li thought that the snow wind spiritual god was only a creature that came from another world. However, this woman also called herself a spiritual god. Could it be that she's the same as the snow wind spiritual god, the same kind of creature? Nia Li secretly pondered. This woman should be an expert that reached the heavenly fate realm. Once a person steps into the heavenly fate realm from legend rank, their lifespan will be extended indefinitely. Unless there's some special circumstances, they won't die. At that level, no matter how many legend rank experts there are, they won't be a match for them. Just like before the Age of Darkness, when thousands of legend rank experts besieged a demon beast that stepped into the heavenly fate realm, it led to a great calamity for humanity. Kong Ming the Great, the spiritual god, the temporal demon spirit, book, there are too many mysteries in this world. Perhaps this world is even more complicated than what Nye Li saw in his previous life. Nye Li felt that this woman, who called herself the fire spiritual god, is a little different from those heavenly fate realm experts that he met in his previous life. Plume Flame's image looked at Nye Li, revealing a faint, gentle smile, and said, "We are the spiritual gods of this world. We control all kinds of laws between heaven and earth. I control fire. It's just that my body has already dissipated. My divine spark has already disintegrated and turned into extremely tiny dust particles, scattering in every corner of this world. However, we spirit gods are eternal and indestructible. After experiencing tens of thousands of years, my divine spark will slowly condense again and then restore our original bodies." Indestructible spiritual god? Nye Li frowned his brows. Even if it's a heavenly fate realm expert, they won't be able to reform their bodies after their bodies dissipate and crumble into dust. What exactly is this spiritual god? As if seeing Nye Li's confusion, Plume Flame continued, "The spiritual gods are the gods of this world. Each primary world can only produce 36 spiritual gods, and each dimensional world can only produce one spiritual god. They each control a law of heaven and earth. So the spiritual gods represent the laws of the world. In ancient times, there were a total of 36 spiritual gods in our main world and 72 spiritual gods in the subsidiary subworlds. Among them, a quarter were humans, half were demonic beasts, and the remaining quarter were other creatures. They were all the strongest rulers of this world." Plume Flame said slowly, "For the sake of seizing the laws, the clans we commanded carried out endless battles. In the end, many domain enlightened lords perished, and some were like me, their godheads shattered, causing their true bodies to cease to exist. We control the laws of heaven and earth. For example, I control the law of fire. Only when I die completely and lose control of the law of fire will the successor be able to control the law of fire and become the new spiritual god of fire." Plume Flame said, "Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the demonic beasts wanted to kill all the spiritual gods of the human race and control all the laws. Therefore, they launched a war against the human race. Although we joined hands to completely defeat the demonic beasts, we also suffered heavy casualties. My godheads, scattered all over the world, can sense that the demonic beasts have just given birth to another spiritual god, and they want to destroy the inheritance of the human race. Unfortunately, I have only condensed 1/3 of my godhead so far. If the demonic beasts give birth to more spiritual gods and control all the laws, then the human race will face a disaster. My godhead can only stay in the Black Spring and slowly wait for the godhead to condense again. Once I leave the Black Spring, a group of peak legend rank demon beasts guarding the Black Spring will stop me at all costs and destroy my body." Hearing Plume Flame's words, Nye Li had a general understanding of the existence of the spiritual gods. Spiritual gods probably have their own unique cultivation method that allows them to break through to the heavenly fate realm. Moreover, they can fuse with the laws of heaven and earth. As long as the laws of heaven and earth exist, it will be very difficult for them to be destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the spiritual gods of the human race and the demonic beasts had a huge war. The spiritual gods of both races were either killed or injured. Therefore, there are not many experts that have reached the heavenly fate realm in the entire divine continent. Even Nye Li couldn't help but be curious about this mysterious cultivation method. Plume Flame's gaze was distant. She sighed and said, "When I want to condense my godhead again, I'm afraid that the inheritance of the human race will be completely destroyed." Hearing Plume Flame's words, Nieli smiled and said, "The inheritance of the human race will not be destroyed. Plume Flame Godnies, you don't have to worry about it." Plume Flame sighed. Her gaze fell onto Nieli and said, "Among the spiritual gods of our human race, there is a supreme expert that has grasped the law of time and space, the time and space spiritual god. When the spiritual gods of the human race were about to be destroyed, he used the law of time and space to enter the vast river of time. Plucking the strings of time, he affected the past and the future to save the human race. We don't know what arrangements the time and space spiritual god has made, so I can only quietly wait. You are the first person to enter the Black Spring." Lee's brows twitched. There's actually a supreme expert that has grasped the law of time and space and can enter the river of time. Lee realized that although his cultivation has reached the pinnacle in his previous life and even entered another realm, his understanding of some of the world's profundities is still too little, especially the law of time and space. Could that time and space spiritual god be related to the temporal demon's spirit book? Logically speaking, his cultivation in his previous life has exceeded the heavenly fate realm. However, regarding the law of time and space, Lee's understanding is still half-baked. The law of time and space is the most mysterious thing in the universe. Plume Flame said that he's the first person to enter the Black Spring. Could it be that him entering this place was arranged by the time and space spiritual god? Or could it be the result of the time and space spiritual god's vibrations and the strings of time? Thinking of the temporal demon spirit book and Kong Ming the Great, Lee had too many doubts in his heart. In his previous life, he unintentionally left this world and went to another realm. Therefore, there are many things in this world that he still doesn't understand. Although Lee has doubts, he realized that there are some mysterious and profound things that are slowly unfolding in front of him. Lee can only see a little bit of it. However, this little bit is enough to make people curious and want to know everything. Before he has enough strength to go to another realm, he must uncover all the mysteries. Then what can I do? Lee looked at Plume Flame and asked, "What makes Yu Yen feel a little strange is that when ordinary kids hear her words, they would either not be able to understand. If they understood, their normal reaction would be extreme shock. However, Lee appeared to be very calm and indifferent. Although he was frowning his brows and pondering, there wasn't any shock on his face, as though he understood everything. I want to pass down the power of law to you. As for how much you can comprehend and what level you can reach, that will depend on yourself." After calming her state of mind, Yu Yen slowly said, "Among the 27 spiritual gods of our human clan, 6 of them have completely perished. As for the remaining ones, their divine sparks have shattered, and their life and death are unknown. If you guys were to comprehend the laws of those 6 experts, it would be the most suitable and easiest." "Oh, what kind of law?" Lee's heart slightly moved as he asked. Although the cultivation of law is certainly not comparable to the heavenly god cultivation technique, there is certainly no harm in understanding the cultivation method of law. "Then I will cultivate the strongest law." Lee thought for a moment and said, Plume Flame Godni's deep eyes looked at Lee and said, "The stronger the law, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Moreover, each person can only cultivate one kind of law. It is not good to bite off more than one can chew. It is best to cultivate a law that is compatible with one's own." Lee thought for a moment. He will definitely continue to cultivate the heavenly god cultivation technique. He is just curious about the cultivation of law, so he said, "I will choose the strongest law." Plume Flame Godnies looked at Lee and felt a little helpless. After all, Lee is still too young. He might have to hit a wall before he knows that the cultivation of law isn't that simple. Among the 6 spiritual gods that died, the strongest law was the law of light, darkness, and primal chaos. Among them, although I saw the death of the primal chaos spiritual god with my own eyes, The primal chaos spiritual god is the most mysterious existence among the spiritual gods. He might have some hidden moves. The remaining 3 have comprehended the elemental law of earth, lightning, and metal. The most important thing in comprehending the law is to sense it. I will teach you the method of sensing it here. Plume Flame said. However, the method of sensing is very difficult. You might have to go into closed-door training here for 20 years. Only then will you be able to sense a trace of the power of law. 20 years! Hearing this, Nieli bitterly smiled. If he were to go into closed-door training for 20 years, Glory City might not even exist. 20 years is considered short. Back then, when we were comprehending the law, we needed at least 50 to 60 years before we could comprehend a little bit of the law. Furthermore, at that time, there are countless people comprehending the law. The power of law was at its most majestic. Right now, the power of law is much thinner than before. Nieli shook his head and firmly said, I can only give it a try. However, in a month at most, I will have to leave this place. I still have some things that I have to do. Hearing Nieli's words, Plume Flame sighed and shook her head. In a month, even with her guidance, it's impossible for Nieli to comprehend the law. Even if he wanted to sense a little bit of it, it would be extremely difficult. However, since he has been in the Black Spring for so many years, there's nothing for him to do. All right then, you can give it a try. Plume Flame helplessly said. If Nieli wants to leave, she only has a little bit of her remnant soul in the divine spark dust. Therefore, it's impossible for her to stop Nieli from leaving. In his previous life, Nieli walked on another path of cultivation that had nothing to do with the law. However, in the path of cultivation, one law is the same as all other laws. Nieli doesn't believe that he would need 20 years to cultivate the power of law. Chapter 197. What's my first step? Nieli asked. The first step is to strengthen your body. This Black Spring contains a portion of my Godhead's power. I'll open the barrier, and you can come in and soak in the Black Spring to temper your body. Otherwise, once you start to sense the power of law, if your body isn't strong enough, the power of law will directly cause your body to explode. Plume Flame said, but suddenly, she couldn't help but smile in disappointment. Nieli could only stay here for such a short time. Whether he could sense a little bit of the power of law was still a problem. She was actually worried that Nieli would explode from the power of law. It was just an unnecessary worry, but this process was still necessary. The power of law in the Black Spring is too strong. Soak in it for a minute, and you'll probably feel the pain of your skin burning. If you really can endure it, then come up. Oh, Nieli nodded and prepared to jump into the pool. Take off your clothes, Plume Flame calmly said. Nieli suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had never taken off his clothes in front of a woman other than Yiziun. He raised his head to look at Plume Flame and asked, Sister Goddess, you won't peek at me, right? Hearing Nieli's words, Plume Flame's eyebrows twitched. How did Nieli's brain work? She was a goddess, and in any case, she had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Why would she peek at a wimpy kid like Nieli? Even if she did, what had she not seen before? If she wanted to peek, what was the use of Nieli wearing clothes? I won't look, Plume Flame lightly said. Although Plume Flame still retained her human personality and would still get excited about some things, ordinary things were no longer able to affect her joy or anger. Only then did Nieli remember that he still had a child's body. After thinking for a moment, he quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the pool. The Black Spring indeed contained an extremely powerful energy. This energy was even purer than soul force. Such a pure energy quickly made Nieli feel a burning sensation on his skin. Nieli immediately began to operate his soul realm to absorb this energy. Boom, boom, boom. His soul realm continued to absorb this energy. After Nieli operated his soul realm, the burning sensation on his skin immediately lessened. After absorbing this energy, A part of it hid in the depths of his soul realm and disappeared. Nia Li's soul realm was like a bottomless black hole. After absorbing so much energy, there was actually no ripple. The other part of the energy was constantly tempering Nia Li's body, making Nia Li's muscles stronger. Time passed quickly. Nia Li gradually entered a state of selflessness. This black spring was definitely a treasure land for cultivation. Nia Li could clearly feel the strengthening of his body. Plume Flame lowered her head to look at Nia Li. She was already a spiritual god that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Although her divine spark was still in the process of reforming, she still had her eyesight. Normally, she only needed to take a glance at someone and she would be able to understand a lot of things. She could even clearly see what the other party was thinking. However, she was completely unable to see through Nia Li. Therefore, the moment she saw Nia Li, Plume Flame was sure that Nia Li's entry into this place should be the arrangement of the time and space spiritual god. Looking at the corpses beside the black spring, Plume Flame slightly sighed. From the time these followers escorted her remaining divine spark to this place, countless years had passed. Nia Li was the only human she had seen in these tens of thousands of years. 5 minutes, 10 minutes after waiting for a long time, Plume Flame still didn't see Nia Li come out from the black spring. Logically speaking, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a minute. The power of the Black Springs law was something an ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand. She looked towards Nia Li and saw Nia Li immersed in the black spring with an expression of enjoyment. Where was the slightest bit of pain? This child was indeed an extraordinary person. Plume Flame thought in her heart. Nia Li had already displayed his extraordinariness. Should she give him an even greater opportunity, so that the arrangements of the time and space spiritual god wouldn't be in vain? Nia Li could feel that the vine within his body was rapidly growing under the nourishment of the law. A second leaf grew, a third leaf grew, all the way until the 5th leaf grew before it stopped. Nia Li could feel that every time the vine within his soul realm grew a little, Nia Li could feel that the capacity of his soul realm had increased by a lot. His soul force was unending. The essence of the law was actually soul force. It's just that it was several times purer than soul force. Under the infusion of the law, the soul force within Nia Li's soul realm underwent a qualitative transformation. This kind of cultivation method was much faster than using things like the purple caltrop stone to cultivate. Nia Li's cultivation rapidly soared. Originally, when he had just stepped into 3-star gold rank, he would need at least half a month to stabilize his cultivation before advancing to 4-star gold rank. But now, after absorbing a large amount of law, Nia Li's cultivation had already reached the limit of what a 3-star gold rank could endure. His soul realm constantly expanded and had already reached that limit. As time passed, with a boom, like a horse breaking free from its reins, his soul force frantically surged and rushed towards his limbs. Nia Li never imagined that he would actually reach 4-star gold rank in such a short time. This law really does have a knack. After reaching 4-star gold rank, Nia Li's soul realm suddenly expanded by several times. Even more law was surging in. The vine in the depths of his soul realm was also frantically absorbing the law to grow. Nia Li soaked in the black spring. Initially, the law above the black spring was enough for Nia Li to absorb. But soon after, the law above the black spring was no longer enough. Seeing Nia Li's actions, Plume Flame Godniece was incomparably shocked. The amount of law contained in the black spring was extremely huge. The amount of law absorbed by Nia Li could even cause a black gold rank or even a legend rank to explode. However, Nia Li's cultivation was only at gold rank. Even though he was only at gold rank, nothing happened to him after absorbing so much law. Even Plume Flame Godniece was a little puzzled. Where did the law that Nia Li absorbed go? The capacity of a gold rank soul realm should be very limited. Just when Plume Flame Godniece was feeling puzzled, Niali felt that the law above him had become too thin. It was no longer enough. His body gradually sunk down. Only then did he feel that the law in the black spring had become much denser. Niali seemed to be addicted to it. He dived deeper into the black spring, absorbing even more law. The deeper he went, the denser and purer the law became. Seeing Niali's actions, Plume Flame, who was floating above the black spring, had a slight change in her expression. "Come up quickly! Come back quickly!" Plume Flame shouted towards the black spring. Although her soul realm could sense the situation inside the black spring, she was unable to enter the black spring. She was also unable to affect anything in the black spring. Niali had already entered a state of oblivion. He did not hear Plume Flame shout. Although he was submerged in the black spring, Niali had sealed his 6 senses, only leaving a little bit of light to look outside. Even if he were to stay in the water for half a day, he would not suffocate. The law in the black spring was getting denser and denser, to the point that Niali felt like his body was about to explode. Niali urged his soul realm. The vine continued to grow, growing the 6th and 7th leaves. In an instant, Niali's soul realm was once again empty. He could only continue to absorb the law. Plume Flame was surprised why Niali was able to absorb so much law and not explode. The reason was because of the vine in the depths of Niali's soul realm. No matter how much law he absorbed, it seemed to be unable to satisfy the vine's needs. Niali seemed to have entered a very mysterious state. Whether it's the Fang Panda or the Shadow Devil, under the nourishment of the vine, they underwent a qualitative transformation, reaching 5-star gold rank. Niali slowly experienced it. The increase in strength made him extremely excited. Suddenly, a light at the bottom of the pond attracted his attention. "What's that?" Niali's heart was filled with doubt. There couldn't be some treasure hidden at the bottom of the pond, right? Thinking about it, Niali swam towards the light. As he got closer, Niali felt a scorching heat wave blowing towards him. Such a powerful flame energy. It's a scarlet ball of light, roughly the size of a millstone. It's so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. There seems to be something inside. Niali forcefully opened his eyes. Using the law energy to protect his eyes, he looked inside. What he saw instantly caused Niali to be dumbfounded. In the scarlet ball of light, a beauty with fair skin was curled up like a baby. She wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing. That enchanting figure was filled with endless temptation. This beauty was only the size of a baby. If it wasn't for the fact that her figure was different, people would definitely mistake her as a baby. Although her body was small, the sight of her still made people's blood boil. If an ordinary man saw this scene, they would probably be unable to control themselves. Fortunately, Niali was still calm. Seeing this, Niali immediately understood that this scarlet ball of light was the Godhead that Plume Flame Godnese was slowly condensing, and the beauty inside was the reborn divine body of the Godhead. In his previous life, Niali didn't cultivate the law energy, but the heavenly Tao energy. He used the heavenly Tao energy to forcefully break through to the heavenly fate realm. This mysterious law energy piqued Niali's interest. The heavenly Tao energy could use external objects to reconstruct the physical body, but this Godhead could actually use the law energy to rebirth the physical body. The world was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. Plume Flame Godnese's body was actually so small. How interesting! Niali felt the surging energy contained in the scarlet ball of light. His entire body felt like it was boiling. So hot! Niali quickly revolved his soul realm. Under the impact of this heat, the vine in Niali's soul realm grew another 2 leaves. A cool feeling surged through his body, and he was no longer affected by the blazing energy. Fortunately, this vine could absorb the power of laws. Otherwise, he would have exploded from the rich power of laws here. Even a legend rank expert wouldn't be able to contain such a violent and abundant law energy. Chapter 198. Nye Li was very curious about Plume Flame, God Ni's divine body. If he could analyze the structure of Plume Flame, God Ni's divine body, it would definitely be very beneficial to his cultivation. Plume Flame, God Ni's has lived for so many years. I'm sure she's come to terms with this. Nye Li's heart stirred slightly, and he could no longer suppress the thoughts in his heart. At this moment, above the black spring, Plume Flame, God Ni's frowned slightly. Although her consciousness was floating above the pool, she could see everything that was happening in the pool. As the fire's spiritual god, she had always been a high and mighty existence. Mortals did not even dare to look up to her. When had she ever been profaned like this? However, her divine body had yet to take form, so she could do nothing about what Nye Li wanted to do. When she saw Nye Li raise his hand, she could not help but frown. What was Nye Li trying to do? Even if Nye Li stretched out his hand to play with her divine body, she would not be able to resist at all. If it was an ordinary person or even a legendary expert, Plume Flame God Ni's would only need to display a trace of her divine power to intimidate them. However, for some reason, her divine power was completely useless against Nye Li. She could only watch helplessly as Nye Li sized up her divine body. What kind of structure is this godhead? Nye Li thought to himself. He slowly reached out to touch the scarlet ball of light and used his heart to feel the changes within it. He wanted to analyze the structure of the godhead. Is Plume Flame God Ni's divine body the same as a human's? Nye Li thought about it and touched it with his finger. A soft touch came from his fingertip. That smooth and delicate skin was no different from a human's. But it was exactly the same as a human's. Nye Li's curiosity was piqued. Godhead was truly a miraculous thing. Yu Yan, who had her eyes closed, sensed the situation in the pond. The instant Nye Li touched her divine body, she let out a groan and abruptly opened her eyes. Her soul slightly trembled. For tens of thousands of years, she had been the goddess that the warriors of the human clan had admired. Nye Li had touched her god body. He was too presumptuous. She did not expect that Nye Li could actually penetrate the protection of the power of law and reach out to touch her divine body. If Nye Li really had any evil intentions and swallowed her divine spark, then she would be completely finished. However, Nye Li was only a 14-year-old child. It was normal for him to be a little curious. When Nye Li touched her god body, she suddenly felt a flow of mysterious electric current running through her entire body. This power was even more profound and powerful than the power of law that she was familiar with. Plume Flame, God Ni's pondered. Could it be that there was a higher level of power in Nye Li's body? In this world, the only one whose power level was higher than that of the spiritual gods was probably the legendary master of creation. Could it be that Nye Li was a descendant of the master of creation? Plume Flame looked at Nye Li. She was a little angry that Nye Li had profaned her god body. If it were not for the fact that Nye Li did not show a vulgar expression on his face, and instead closed his eyes and pondered about something, she might not have been able to restrain herself. Nye Li closed his eyes and stroked his finger across Plume Flame's god body. He felt the structure of Plume Flame's god body and suddenly seemed to understand something. No wonder I haven't met anyone who cultivates the power of law in that realm. Although cultivating the power of law can allow one to break through the legendary realm and reach the heavenly fate realm, it is only at the primary level. To reach a higher level, just cultivating the power of law is not enough. Nye Li thought to himself, however, the power of law also contains mysteries. If I can combine it with the cultivation method of Heavenly Way, there may be a new breakthrough. Nye Li thought to himself, moreover, the power of law can be cultivated now. It's a level higher than soul force and can greatly enhance my strength. However, if it's the power of heaven, I'll have to forcefully break through the legend realm before I can start cultivating it. Thinking of this, Nye Li had an idea in his heart. He would first transform all the soul force in his body into the power of law. Nya Li once again entered a state of selflessness. Looking at Nya Li's state of selflessness, Plume Flame Godnese fell into deep thought. She couldn't guess what Nya Li was thinking. She always felt that Nya Li was a very mysterious person. Nya Li was deep in thought. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Got it. He didn't know how Plume Flame Godnese would thank him this time. Although the touch and skin were exactly the same as a human's, Nya Li could keenly feel that the composition of Plume Flame's god body was very different from a human's. He had only touched Plume Flame's smooth back for a very short time. He had also just comprehended some of the mysteries of the power of law. But with the knowledge from his previous life, Nya Li thought of a way to let Plume Flame Godnese regain her body. It could also greatly speed up the condensation of God Spark. Nya Li slowly floated to the surface, then jumped out of the water and hurriedly put on his clothes. Goddess sister, why is your face so black? Nya Li's eyes widened as he looked at Plume Flame. It's nothing. Looking at Nya Li's innocent face, Plume Flame took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Although she was a goddess who had lived for tens of thousands of years, she cultivated nonstop every day and felt the laws of heaven and earth. Her thoughts were much simpler than those who schemed against each other. Although Nya Li had touched her god body, she didn't want to pursue the matter. Nya Li's heart stirred, and he understood a little. Plume Flame Godnese was probably depressed about him touching her god body. But if he didn't touch her god body, Nya Li wouldn't be able to analyze the structure of her god body. Anyway, Nya Li didn't have any blasphemous intentions, so he had a clear conscience. Goddess sister, I thought of a way that might be able to help you reconstruct your god body and leave this black spring. Do you want to give it a try? Nya Li looked at Plume Flame and said seriously. A child actually said he could help me reconstruct my god body. Plume Flame smiled, looking like she didn't believe him. Even if Nya Li really did have a very noble bloodline, reconstructing a god body was very difficult. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do. I can really do it. Nya Li repeated himself seriously again. Don't come up with bad ideas here. Hurry up and cultivate, Plume Flame said. Since Plume Flame didn't believe him, Nya Li felt very helpless. He could only forget about it and see if he could make Plume Flame believe him in the future. The strength of your body, because of the long period of immersion, is strengthening very quickly. You might even be able to temper your body to the legendary realm within 3 months. It's a little faster than I thought. In that case, you should hurry up and sense the power of laws, Plume Flame said after thinking for a moment. After all, there wasn't much time. If Nya Li could sense the power of laws, even if it was just a little, then he would have a direction to cultivate in the future. He might be able to break through to the legendary realm within 100 years and grasp the power of laws. Right. How should I sense the power of laws? Nya Li asked. Although he had some understanding of the profound meaning of laws, he was still a layman when it came to cultivating the power of laws. I don't know which power of laws you are more compatible with. Try to sense the power of light first. Plume Flame said after thinking for a moment. The power of light was an existence second only to the power of chaos. It was stronger than the power of darkness and was easier to sense. Okay. Nya Li nodded and sat on a protruding boulder next to the pool and closed his eyes. With my guidance, the process of sensing the power of laws will be much faster than ordinary people. You should learn to empty your mind now. Plume Flame patiently taught Nya Li. Nya Li closed his eyes and slowly emptied his mind. The power of laws exists in all things in the world. They are a very mysterious existence. You have to use your heart to feel them. Right now, you have to imagine yourself in the darkness. You won't be able to see your fingers in front of you. Everything is silent. In the endless darkness, there is a little bit of light. It will make you feel a trace of warmth. Yu Yan's voice was as gentle as a lullaby. Following Plume Flame's guidance, Nyatli imagined himself in that darkness. He looked forward and imagined that there was a trace of white light. Sensing the power of laws is a very difficult process. You have to use a few decades to empty your mind and let your heart become as pure and pure as the world. Only then will the power of laws sense your sincere heart and accept you. Plume Flame said slowly. Her memories seemed to drift to a very, very distant time. Back then, she was still a little girl with a small whip. Her parents taught her how to sense the power of laws. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. Her parents had already passed away. She couldn't even remember what her parents looked like. The baptism of time had made those beautiful memories disappear without a trace. Looking at Nyatli sitting cross-legged on the stone, Plume Flame smiled faintly. She didn't know when Nyatli would be able to sense that faint trace of light law. Maybe it would take a few months, maybe it would take a few years, or even longer. Sense that trace of white light, give me warmth. Nyatli patiently sensed it according to Plume Flame's instructions. He felt himself fall into an endless darkness. In that darkness, a trace of light appeared like a flame. A warm feeling filled his whole body. Is this the power of the light law? Nyatli thought to himself. He continued to concentrate on sensing its existence. He saw that the white light gathered more and more, becoming brighter and hotter. Nyatli felt as if he was surrounded by a sun. Ah! Nyatli let out a scream and abruptly opened his eyes. Right now, he simply can't endure the heat. His entire body was boiling hot, as though he was on fire. He immediately jumped into the black spring. Zzz. After the black spring water came into contact with Nyatli, it quickly evaporated into smoke. What's going on? Plume Flame thought that she could continue to cultivate the power of laws in peace for a long time. She didn't expect that after a while. Nyatli suddenly seemed to go crazy. He cried out loudly and jumped into the black spring.